and I will be your MC for this event. This international conference on social science and humanities was organized by the Faculty of Social Science and Humanities, TARUC, with the objective to facilitate creative and critical dialogue on research amongst social science and humanities students, to provide social science students and students with studies related to social science a comfortable and supportive environment to present their research and receive constructive feedback. And third is to develop and enhance personal and future professional connections between TARUC FSSH students, ASEAN partner university students, and researchers from all over the world. In line with this year's conference theme, Embracing Change and Transformation, holding the conference virtually allows fellow academicians an opportunity to incorporate digital technology as well as global connectivity and social media to reach a wide audience across the world, especially now that we are in the midst of recovering from a pandemic. For your information, there will be 10 papers presented today with research covering various topics within the scope of the social sciences. Please bear in mind that all the presenters will be given 15 minutes to present their research, and another 5 minutes will be allocated for the Q&A session right after the presentation. And for your information, there will be an award for Best Presenter, which will be announced at the end of today's conference. The winner for the Best Presenter will be awarded a prize of USD $50. We truly hope that all presenters will be able to present their research with confidence and passion. So without further ado, let us proceed with the conference with a short video on the names and titles of the presenters that we have for today. All right. To inaugurate and officially launch this conference, I would like to invite Dr. Kartiyani Shanmugam, Dean of Faculty of Social Science and Humanities, to say a few words on behalf of Dr. IR leads the way because unfortunately he couldn't join us today.
Thank you. Dr. Ratnawati Susanto, keynote speaker from Universitas Esa Unggul, Indonesia. Professor Ananda Kumar, keynote speaker from Tunku Abdul Rahman University College, Malaysia. Student presenters and participants from University of Ibadan, Nigeria, Universitas Esa Unggul, and Tunku Abdul Rahman University College, Malaysia, fellow lecturers and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Firstly, a warm welcome to TARUC's first International Student Conference on Social Science and Humanities 2022, Embracing Change and Transformation. It is our honor to have this inaugural event on this beautiful morning. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate all student presenters for their initiative and proactiveness to embark on the research journey. Indeed, in today's higher education landscape, research presentations and publications have become one of the backbones of a student's exploration into knowledge and the world beyond just classroom teaching and learning. In tandem with Tunku Abdul Rahman University College Philosophy of Beyond Education, this conference is indeed a move towards providing a holistic approach to the items explored during studies. With these types of interaction, students will hone and cultivate a deeper sense of learning towards research and sharing of knowledge. This conference also serves as a platform for you to embark on an intervarsity group research that will surely benefit you in the future. Through this meaningful exchange, I hope that students participating in this conference will be able to broaden their horizon at an international level with the insights on social science and humanities topics shared by the speakers from Indonesia, Nigeria, and Malaysia, as well as make lasting connections with new friends they meet, albeit online for now. Education and the pursuit of knowledge will always evolve and change, and we have to keep abreast of the transformations of knowledge and all the skills involved. I'm very pleased to see that the titles of presentations in this conference are all very current and relatable to the ongoing issues in the social sciences and humanities field. Ladies and gentlemen, this time round, this conference is held virtually. We are still in the aftermath of the pandemic, which is slowly easing towards the normality now. While it is unfortunate that we are not able to meet in person, we have shown the resilience in us and we embrace changes and transform ourselves to keep up with the times. I wish all presenters and participants the best of luck, and I'm confident that this conference will be a great success. Last but not least, stay safe and stay healthy. Thank you. And with this, I declare the launch of the TAUC First International Student Conference on Social Science and Humanities 2022, Embracing Change and Transformation. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kartiani Shanmugam. So as we are joined here today by fellow academicians and researchers from across the world, the committee would like to take this opportunity to introduce the university to all that is present today. Let us now watch a video presentation on TARUC.
Amidst the bustling heart of Kuala Lumpur lies an academic powerhouse with more than 5 decades of education excellence, Tunku Abdul Rahman University of Management and Technology, TAUMT. Being one of the oldest and prestigious institutions of higher learning in Malaysia, TAUMT prides itself on its rich history and sterling academic excellence that has distinguished TAUMT as the institution of choice in the country. TAUMT's main campus in Kuala Lumpur is a full-fledged campus that is strikingly unique with its blend of historical landmarks, modern structures, and verdant greenery housed in a 171-acre land. Equipped with comprehensive facilities and amenities, the campus provides a perfect learning environment for any student. TAUMT has also established its presence in 5 other states in Malaysia, namely Penang, Perak, Johor, Pahang, and Sabah. The origin of TAUMT dates back to 1968 when the then Finance Minister of Malaysia and President of the Malaysian Chinese Association, MCA, the late young Ahmad Berbahagia Tun Tan Suu Sin, heeded the call to widen access to quality and affordable education for all Malaysians. Tunku Abdul Rahman College or TAR College was set up in 1969, where the institution was named after the first Prime Minister of Malaysia, young Teramat Mulia Tunku Abdul Rahman Putra Al-Hajj. TAR College commenced operations on the 24th of February 1969, operating in several temporary premises in Kuala Lumpur and Petaling Jaya with a pioneer intake of 320 students. with the support from the government in providing financial assistance on a dollar-for-dollar basis for the college, MCA embarked on a fundraising campaign for the construction of a purpose-built campus for TAR College. Since the completion of its iconic main campus in Kuala Lumpur, TAR College continued to evolve and grow both in physical expansion and student population. In 2013, TAR College was upgraded to Tunku Abdul Rahman University College or TAR UC. TAR UC has achieved many notable achievements including the Setara 5-star rating and Premier Digital Tech Institution. In 2022 it was announced that the institution was upgraded to Tunku Abdul Rahman University of Management and Technology, TAR UMT. TAR UMT's sterling track record is backed by the many recognitions by the industries and professional bodies, both locally and internationally over 50 years. Being professionally driven, TAR UMT's programs are well developed to prepare students to attain relevant professional qualifications. All of TAR UMT's programs are also carefully curated and constantly updated to be industry relevant and entrepreneurship focused. University-industry partnership is the main thrust of our R&D initiatives, where these initiatives allow us to work with the industries to spearhead technological innovation while addressing operational efficiency and improvement. TAR UMT's academic strength extends beyond national borders, where our students are enriched and empowered through global experience. At the same time, student exchange programs via our international partnerships have attracted numerous students from all corners of the world. Progress and expansion has never steered TAR UMT away from its true purpose, which is to provide quality and affordable education. Throughout the years, TAR UMT has set up various financial aid options, giving deserving but underprivileged students the chance to attain a better quality of life. This institution is the answer to many Malaysians' desire for quality and affordable tertiary education regardless of their backgrounds. As a result, many of them have achieved their life ambitions, and are now trailblazers in their respective fields. Lifelong bond beyond graduation is what best describes the strong bond and active engagement TAR UMT has established with its alumni. As a result, the institution's alumni have been active in contributing towards the development of their alma mater to ensure many more Malaysians will benefit beyond education at TAR UMT. In addition, serving and contributing to the community has always been an important part of TAR UMT's mission in education. In line with Beyond Education philosophy championed by TAR UMT, we also strive to help build a strong sense of serving the community in our students with the hope that they will continue to contribute to the society's well-being throughout their lives. Moving forward, TAR UMT will set out to implement its 10-year roadmap, a comprehensive plan guided by several long-term aspirations that will shape its vision of a university capable of transforming the future. We aim to reach the forefront of innovative solutions and transform people for the betterment of our students, staff, alumni and society. Physical development is the centerpiece in our 10-year roadmap, namely ultra-modern infrastructural development that will shape the vision of TAR UMT's future. The contemporary bricks and mortar will spur human connectivity among the relevant stakeholders in the TAR UMT. The researchers, students, industry partners, alumni, entrepreneurs, regulators and professionals are connected through digital technology embedded in the infrastructure to collaborate, synergize and innovate for future transformations. By humanizing physical development and technology, we aim to amplify and enhance beyond education learning experience that we aspire to share with all our students for years to come. At the heart of this transformation is our Beyond Education philosophy, which aims for holistic development from the inside out to create the impact as envisaged in our 10-year roadmap.
We will continue to focus on the development of our students, which goes beyond education, where we transform students intellectually and holistically into future-proof talents who have the capacity to adapt in a technology-led and globalized world. We hope our aspiration and efforts to lead this institution to become a respected regional hub for developing future-proof talents who are capable of leading the change in an ever-shifting world of tomorrow.
All right, I hope that everyone enjoyed that video, and hopefully our international friends now have a much clearer idea of who we are as an institution of higher learning. So to kickstart this conference, it is now time for Professor Ananda Kumar Palaniappan, for our first keynote speaker, to present his speech. Professor Ananda is a senior lecturer in the Faculty of Social Science and Humanities, TAR-UC, with over 2 decades of experience in teaching and research. His specialization is in educational psychology, while his area of interest is in creativity, research methodology, and statistics. He has published numerous books and articles on creative teaching, creative perception, innovative thinking, organizational thinking, and creative problem solving. He currently lectures in research methods and statistics and has been conducting SPSS and AMOS workshops since 1995. So without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Ananda Kumar Palaniappan to deliver his speech on developing student talent for Industry 4.0 and beyond.
Thank you, Christian. I hope you all can hear my voice. Okay, good. Let me present my slides while I'm still on the slides. Let me go to the presenter mode. Okay, before I begin, let me thank the organizers for a wonderful conference so far. You have organized given a good opportunity for students to showcase their research and so on. So I think this is a wonderful adventure for students to present their findings and research. And the topic for today's speech, talk is about developing student talent, something that is something that is in the heart of most of the undergraduates nowadays in universities, where they all think about what is going to happen to them when they graduate. Will they find a job as soon as they graduate? So the main aim of this talk is to highlight the various concerns about students about their future after graduation, and at the same time, what can they do in order to enhance their skills. So the topic of developing student talent, especially in this era of Industry 4.0, is something that is very real, very critical, and it's important to bear in mind that this is something that we have to be prepared for in future, right? So the talk for my talk today will cover the areas of why do we need to ensure that students gain the talent. Yeah, and universities are all embarking on programs and activities that enhances student talent, and a little bit about what Industry 4.0 is, and what are the competencies that will be required, the additional competencies that will be required, especially in this era of Industry 4.0, and what universities, especially TAR-UC or UNT, will be doing in order to enhance student talent and competencies. Together with those information, I will also be presenting some findings about research that we have done on Industry 4.0, as well as developing student talent. Yeah? And finally, my talk will focus more on something that is very critical, especially when it comes to addressing issues relating to Industry 4.0, yeah, for our graduates. And of course, we end with some question Q&A, right? Now, the main aim of any main worry of most of the students is unemployment. And as you can see, the rate of unemployment among university and graduates, fresh graduates, is as high as 20%. And this is in 2020 information released by Ministry of Higher Education. And in other words, it means that 1 out of 5 graduates will not be employed within a year. And this is something that is very worrying, especially if you've invested so much of time and money for the past 4 years or 3 years to get your degree, right? So just before I continue, I just want to find out whether you are well aware of what are the top reasons for graduate unemployment, yeah? So I'm going to ask you to give your opinion through scanning this QR code, yeah? Can you all scan this QR code and give your input within the 3 minutes, yeah? I don't know whether it's scannable. Is it big enough? Everyone, any feedback?
Sorry, but I don't seem to be able to see a QR code here.
It is projected on my screen. Anyone managed to get it?
No, Prof. Maybe it's lagging, Prof.
Yeah.
Lagging?
Yeah, because on our screen is top reason for the increase in graduate
Yeah.
unemployment.
Uh,
A, B, C, D, and E.
Yeah, that's right. But I've used the QR code for you all to give your input. It doesn't seem to be working, yeah?
Yeah, no QR code there. Prof.
Okay, never mind. Let's switch to another mode. You can give your input in your chat box, right? So what do you think is the top reason, yeah? Top reason for graduate unemployment, yeah? Just one, just the most important one. Let me see whether I can take a look at your response, yeah? Let me go back to... Yes, I see a lot of D's. D as well, D, yes. Come on, give your input. D, D, yes. Oh, most of you are saying D, yeah? That's great, that's great. Keep going. Okay, so looks like most of you think it is poor attitude and work ethics, right? It is a soft skill, of course, yeah. And someone says R. Good. I think it should be E, yeah. Creativity and problem solving and so on. Okay, good. Now, from research, B is the most important reason for graduate unemployment. And this has been a perennial case, reason for many, many years, so it's nothing new. However, in Industry 4.0, especially when you're applying for jobs that are very high in technology, E is the most important skill that graduates are supposed to have, yeah? Creativity and creative problem-solving skills, yeah? Because in Industry 4.0 is everywhere. You like it or not, you will face it, yeah? It is a fusion of technologies that's blurring the lines between what we see right now, physical, and the digital world, including the biological spheres. And this merging, this merging of these three fields and appear to be something that's going to be an ordinary thing and disrupting all processes and things that we are doing in everyday life, yeah? And just a bit of history, yeah? This technology revolution, as you can see, is something that is happening, that has happened ever since the 18th century, 1984, where most of these changes, as you can see, is all based on what is driving the machine, yeah? So in the 18th century, around 1784, It is the mechanical production that was moving things and producing stuff and so on. Yeah, based on water and steam engine and so on. Then the progression took place when everything started to be automated. Yeah, in the early 20th century, around 1923. Yeah, as you can see, that's where electrical energy was used in the production line, assembly line, and so on. Yeah, and that is after almost like what, 100 years, not 100 years, about 50, 60 years. Then even within a shorter period, in 1969, 40 years, the whole thing progressed to a higher level where the industry incorporated the electronics and the automation into the production line. So that is the third industrial third industrial revolution. And now we are well into the fourth industrial revolution, where you find that the boundary between physical and digital world is blurring. It's becoming almost seamless. Yeah. So there is this what do you call that seamless movement from integration of the physical and digital world, as you'll see in my presentation later. All right. Yeah, so this cyber-physical system, as you can see, integrate sensing, computation, control, and networking, the communication between machines. That here are the thing that you'll see today nowadays in Industry 4.0. Intelligent networking of machines and processes. Yeah, and this is what is going to revolutionize, and this is what will require future workforce to have the skills. So what are the skills the future workforce need to be choosing or concentrate on? There are about 11 various disciplines, areas. Yeah. So as you can see, artificial intelligence, you may need to have, if you're interested in analytics, then you would have skills in big data analysis. Augmented reality is becoming something that's very common nowadays. Yeah. 3D printing, yeah, additive manufacturing, yeah. Cybersecurity is another big area where you can go into develop your skills in VPN, and things that relates to security and so on and so forth. Internet of Things, this is something that is all-encompassing, yeah. Internet of Systems, yeah. So all these are latest technologies that are embedded in Industry 4.0, right? Now, therefore, what is the strategy countries have embarked on improving the workforce? What about students? The students need to be given the opportunities, the environment to develop their talent. As you can see, this Industry 4.0, due to this, there are about 7 million jobs lost, yeah, in 2020. Although we lost 7 million jobs, new jobs were created, about 2 million new jobs. Yeah. So as you can see, nowadays you'll need to be thinking about new ways whether your job is going to become redundant, yeah, in the future. So as you can see, we need to future-proof our students, future-proof your skills, yeah, in the fast-changing world. And as you can see, in 5 to 10 years, 15% of our current jobs will disappear. What are these? What are the jobs in which areas? Things like this is from a reliable source, where jobs related to food preparation, construction, cleaning, and these are the jobs as sectors where you'll find most of the jobs being automated. Yeah, automated. So humans are less. You can see teaching is also one of the areas where you may become automated. Yeah. Okay, so in time to come, you need to be competing with another group of people, the robots. Yeah, so you won't be surprised when you go for your interview and you may be sitting beside robots, competing with robots for the job. Yeah, so this is something that might happen in future. Okay, another indication is, as you can see, the skills are changing so fast. The skills that you need. Yeah. 100 years ago, the skills you learned in the engineering field had a half-life of 35 years. In other words, it decreases. I mean, the skills required becomes redundant. It takes 35 years to become redundant. But today, it only takes 3.5 years. So whatever skill you have may become redundant in 3.5 years. So it is important to keep abreast with all these technological changes, and universities and of course institutions of higher learning will need to provide the environment for students to acquire the skills for Industry 4.0. These are the skills, yeah. Of course, even before Industry 4.0, we went emphasizing on analytical, critical, and effective problem solving, and so on and so forth. But however, we need to bring up our requirement one or two notches higher in terms of familiarization with new technologies, what are the upcoming technologies, and at the same time be able to innovate and create. Yeah. So one of these main criteria or skills that employers are looking for are employees with a high level of ability to problem solve creatively. And relevant areas that you see in Industry 4.0, these are the areas here: cloud technology, Internet of Things and systems, and cybersecurity, big data analysis. So these are the areas that are going to be very much in demand. However, if you are in the social sciences and humanities, doesn't mean that you will be left out. All these areas will be somehow be related to hotel industry, tourism, learning, and so on and so forth. So all these are actually involved. So it's important for you to get the necessary skills to perform in those areas as well, right? In TAR UC or TAR UMT, if you know, we have a lot of efforts that have been taken to enhance students' talent here. We have collaborations with other industries, enterprises, and so on. And we even have 5 centers, yeah, that will enhance student talent. For example, centers for innovation and creativity, Internet of Things, data science, computer networking, as well as business incubation and entrepreneur, and so on and so forth. And we have the 6-step process whereby we ensure our students gain the talent that is required for them to compete with others and be productive individual in the Industry 4.0. Competitions like this, self-driving car competitions, are very, very useful to enhance talent, especially in this area. Yeah, and a research that we did on talent development, we found that it is working. Yeah, the collaboration with companies has instilled competitive spirit, yeah, among students, and the feedback from employers actually give very good feedback regarding the collaborations with industries, and these collaborations also have enhanced students' communication skills. So we are on the right track. Yeah. Future skills. Well, you can see from here there are 4 major areas: technical, methodological, social, and personal. However, if you were to look carefully, some of these skills are becoming more and more important, especially in Industry 4.0 era, especially cybersecurity, creativity, and entrepreneurial problem solving, and so on and so forth. Social skills, well, very important is, of course, is communication skills. And this is another one from, if you look at it, working as a team. Working as a team, where 1 + 1 is no more 2, it becomes 3 because of the extra input you get from intercommunicating between two of both of you. So this kind of communication can actually enhance problem solving and so on and so forth. So team work is extremely important for the workplace, right? Personal competencies are those that need to be improved, especially flexibility, the ability to be ambiguous, ability to tolerate ambiguity, ability to work under pressure. Yeah, and these are the things that actually you learn through the various activities uh, in the universities. Yeah, other soft skills, as you can see, diversity is also very important. How do you are you able to work with different people, different thoughts, different ideas, and so on, and as well as, of course, creativity and innovation. So I'm going to now ask you, test you about what you know about creativity. As you know, creativity, you always think, oh, it's coming up with something original and so on and so forth. However, there are other areas of creativity that also need to be, you need to improve yourself on. For example, fluency, the ability to generate ideas, flexibility, the ability to come up with different ideas, and of course, originality, and elaboration to embellish your ideas with new information. So these are the various other components of creativity that is extremely important. Now let me test your creativity. Okay, everyone ready? Yeah, do you see this? Yeah. Hi everyone, do you see this on your screen? Yeah. A set of parallel lines. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good, great. Now, using these parallel lines, what are the objects that you can make out of these parallel lines, right? Now, within 1 minute, just type away in your chat box, what are the objects you can think of that you can make out of these parallel lines? Yeah, write all in one chat, one sentence, yeah, using comma, yeah? So I know how many you can generate, all right? Yes, within 1 minute, how many things can you make out of this set of parallel lines? Yes. Nice, yes. You can type all in one chat box, so it's easier to see how many you can generate, yeah? Uh-huh. Test your creativity. This is one of the many activities that you use, yeah? Good. Highway, yes. Jail, yeah. Arrow, ladder, cereal box, matchbox, matchsticks, right? H, yes. Chopsticks, yes. Anybody else? Think of something very original nobody will think of. You get more marks for originality. Someone wrote grapes, yeah. Yes, anyone? Okay, we look at originality in terms of the most uncommon response, which is relevant and applicable. That you'll get more marks, 3 points for original word. So if you are one of those in the top 5% of the responses, rare 5%, you get the highest mark for originality. So this is how we assess students or an individual's creativity in terms of flexibility. Yeah. Okay, LCC. Yeah. Okay, so that's one way. Yeah. So when you look at creativity, we are not looking just at those responses that you gave just now. Yeah. That could be considered as a product, the product of your thinking. Yeah. If you're very flexible, you'll be coming up with more responses. However, there's three other aspects of your creativity: your personality, your thinking processes, which is also similar to your product that you came up with, and as well as this one, the press. So when we talk about Industry 4.0 and you want to enhance your creative talent, you don't just look at the product that you come up with. We also need to change the person's thinking style. We also need to change or improve the person's personality characteristics. And of course, the organizations need to provide the environment. The press here refers to the environment, yeah, conducive environment for them to progress. So these are the personality styles of creative people. So if you have any of these, develop them so that you will get more creative responses and become more creative. One of the most important one is this one here, passion. Yeah, having a passion for something that you want to really do, that's where your creativity goes, right? So remember that if you want to do something that is you enjoy, be passionate about, go for it and adapt it to the requirement for in order to excel in this industry 4.0 era, right? So one example of creativity is in the area of hotel industry, especially now with pandemic and so on. There's a drop in hotel room intake and so on. So what has happened? Hotel rooms have been turned into office, right? And even you have a company now that even provides office space for organizers booking for hotel rooms for office space and so on. This is how you adapt to the environment. So necessity is the mother for invention, yeah, innovation and so on. Now we have pleasure, okay, hotel industry. I'm sure you've heard of this word, pleasure. What is leisure? Business travel and leisure. It's a term that we coined because of course, it has been used before, but now it's becoming more relevant. Yeah. Okay. How many minutes more do I have? Okay. This is another example of creativity where what do you call that? Interdisciplinary uh, merging of skill sets can lead to new inventions. One example here that is MRI, which is an integration between chemistry and physics. So, for example, in physics, yeah, the magnetic resonance imaging, yeah, was combined in order to come up with this MRI. And this won the 2003 Nobel Prize. So this is another example of how interdisciplinary skills can lead to a new invention. Another example of creativity, which is very relevant, especially in Industry 4.0, is how the technology in one discipline can lead to a discovery in another discipline. Like, for example, the MRI just now, right? So let's say, for example, okay, so when you look at this one, yeah, okay, so if you were to, let me make this a screen, yeah, I am. Okay, so MRI actually looks at your brain in terms of slices. Your brain is actually 3D, but MRI converts them into 2D in terms of slices. Now, this technology, as you can see, converts 3D to 2D. Now, a problem in astronomy is when they look at the stars and planets in the outer space, they're looking at it from 2D. And it's very difficult to ascertain the orientations of these planets out there. So what they did was to combine that and reverse the idea from 2D and change into 3D. Yeah. Say, for example, these are the telescopes looking at the planets, and these are the uh, shots that they got, 2D shots from the planet's orientation in outer space. Yeah, and reversing this, they were able to convert this 2D into a 3D picture that gives a very easy study of how these planets, the sizes, the distances are orientated against each other, and gives a very good visualization. So this is a classic example of how interdisciplinary skills and knowledge has been used in order to come up with something that is new. Yeah. And another good example is in the term is from the student, a PhD student in MIT Boston, Pranav Mistry. He came up with the sixth sense technology. This is where we see what's happening in Industry 4.0, where the physical world and the digital world are combined and it works seamlessly. Yeah, where he came up with this sixth sense technology, which includes a camera, color markers like this, and a projector like this, right? So what happened is, using this technology, he is able to use just his hands and the sensors here to snap a picture and convert it into a picture, and he can send it off to his friends. He can also use this technology, sixth sense technology, and focus it onto his hand and use it as a keyboard, a telephone, and call for people, you know. And is another application of the sixth sense technology is you can pick up any book and immediately it will scan it in its database and tell you everything about the book, right? Another example is you can open a newspaper and you see the whole picture coming alive, yeah, like a TV. You can watch what's happening here using this technology. You can open up a weather screen like this, and as you can see, immediately it will show you what's currently happening, the direction of the winds and the temperatures. Or you can see a student or anybody using this technology, and it will immediately look into its database and project that person's identity on his body, right? So you can even tell if a person is a thief or not, right? By just looking at using the That 6 times technology. So this is the latest. This is the invention that is very. It's one of the common examples of how physical and digital world have come merged together, and in this cyber physical world. Yeah. And let me do a check your creativity again one more time. Creative problem solving. I'm sure you have seen this 9-dot problem, right? How many of you have seen this 9-dot problem? Can you just say yes on your chat box? I'm sure you have seen this 9-dot problems. Anyone have seen this before? Yes, Kawi, you have done. You have seen this. Okay, Kawi, I'm going to test your creativity. Okay, creative problem solving, yeah? Okay, for those who have not seen, try and see whether you can join these 9 dots here. You can write it on your own paper at home, yeah? Using just, we'll start out with 4 straight lines. 4 straight lines. See whether you can still remember how to do it. Creative problem solving. Think out of the box. You need this in this industry 4.0 era, right? Of course, are you able to join all 9 dots with 4 straight lines without lifting your pen? Yeah, you must. The secret here is the condition here is you should not lift your pen from your paper, right? Yes, I think most of you will get it. Yeah, and those who got it say yes on the chat box. Problem solving, creative problem solving. Yeah, try again. Keep trying. In fact, time is of essence here. In creative problem solving, especially now, everything is time. Everything is time. Yes, Ravi got it. Sinve got it. Yeah. Okay, now I'm going to challenge you further, right? The answer for that one was this one. Okay, everybody see this? This is the answer where an example of how you can join all the 9 dots using 4 straight lines without lifting your hand. I'm going to give you a more challenging question, yeah? Test your creativity for Industry 4.0. Now, join again the 9 dots, now using only 3 straight lines. Not 4, only 3 straight lines. Anyone? In half a minute? Yes. Kawi, you managed to do it. Yeah, great. Only 3, huh? Should not lift your pen, huh? Okay. Yes, anyone? Just 3 straight lines. Must join the dots, yeah? You cannot lift your pen. Okay. So one possible answer, I wouldn't say the only answer, because in creative problem solving, there's no one right answer. There could be many, yeah? This is one possible answer where you can use, the dots have to be bigger a bit. Okay, where you can use 3 lines to join all the 9 dots. I'm going to make it even more challenging, yeah? Everybody ready? Join the 9 dots with just 1 straight line. Who can do it? Only have 30 seconds, yeah? Only 30 seconds. Anyone? 1 straight line only, yeah? To join all the 9 dots. Yes, anyone? Managed to do it? Okay. There are actually 2 answers, you know. There's actually 2 answers. You might think, oh, this is so difficult. And only 1 straight line to join 9 dots. It's going to be really very difficult. But actually, there are 2 answers to it. Okay, the first answer is this. Take a broader brush. Take a broader brush and you just brush it across those 9 dots. Yeah, just 1 straight line. And you get it. So this is one possible answer. There is another possible answer. Anybody? Anybody can say what it is in your chat box? Another possible answer. Okay, the answer is fold your paper. Okay, you fold your paper and make it all aligned, yeah, and just draw one straight line, and you will cover all three straight lines, yeah, three dots, three rows of dots, yeah. So this is another, of course, there are many other possible answers, yeah. So these are examples of how problems are posed in Industry 4.0, where you need to come up with even more challenging ways in order to understand, what do you call that, solve problems, yeah? And in Industry 4.0, the skills that are needed goes beyond what you already have. You need to what do you call that, not what do you call that, embed in yourself, in your habits, in your lifestyle, the idea of lifelong education, keep learning, yeah, self-learning and innovating, and every day think of every day as Kaizen, constant improvement, yeah, where you find that a quick constant improvement will allow you to finally reach your goal, yeah. So, as you can see, Industry 4.0 is something that nobody can avoid, yeah? And it's very, very important for students right now, especially undergraduates, in order to be able to get your job as quickly as possible. You need to arm yourself with this skills and knowledge that actually some institutions are already including in their syllabus as well as activities in the university. Take part and enhance your skills so that you'll be future ready for Industry 4.0 when you graduate. Yeah. So in this new era, it is not the big fish that eats the small fish. Yeah, no more already. Yeah. Now it is the fast fish. How fast are you in problem solving? That fast fish will eat the slow fish. Okay, so that is the motto for Industry 4.0. Okay, with that, thank you all for your attention. Yeah, and if you have any questions, do ask me, or you can even type in your chat box.
All right, thank you, Professor Ananda Kumar. I see that we have a raised hand from Miss Melissa
Anyone?
Lee
Any
Pui Kwan.
questions?
Do you have a question? Any questions? Any questions at all? Anyone?
Okay, so with that, I thank you all for your attention. And if you have any questions relating to my presentation, do email me. Yeah, and thank you very much.
All right. On behalf of everyone today, thank you, Professor Ananda Kumar Palanyapan, for taking the time to speak to us today. Your insights on today's themes and topics are truly invaluable to all of us. So now we shall take a 5-minute break before we proceed with
Kristen, are you
our...
there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So now we shall take a 5-minute break before we proceed with our first student presenter of the day. So the presentation will begin at 11:03. All right. Thank you, everyone. Let's take a 5-minute break. All right, welcome back everyone. So just a small reminder that students that will receive the certificates and soft skill points, you will only get this if you attend both the morning and afternoon sessions. So if you see that any of your friends or that have left the meeting and are not planning to attend both sessions, they will not be able to get the e-certificates and the soft skill points. Okay. And so now let us proceed to the first presentation of the day. So participants who would like to ask questions, they're advised to wait until the end of the presentation, or you may post your questions in the chat box after they are done, and we will try to answer them for you. So without further ado, I would like to call upon Miss Alina Sukwailing from TAR-UC Malaysia with her paper, Exploring Duolingo and Motivation in Malaysian English Learners.
All right, hi. So I will present my screen now. All right.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. All right, oops. Good morning, everyone. Today, I'm going to be presenting a small research I did called Exploring Duolingo and Motivation in Malaysian English Learners as part of my educational psychology paper. So because I am in the bachelor with a minor in teaching, and I am actually quite fascinated by language acquisition, we did some research and I found that according to Sarudin et al. 2008, 43.8% of final year Malaysian graduates have limited English performance. I believe that many lecturers are feel that this is a problem that still continues to this day. And so a possible solution that I thought could assist with decreasing this number of students with limited English proficiency, despite going through so many years of English language education, is to perhaps create a more conducive learning context, because English in Malaysia is a second language, if not for the sake of this presentation, maybe even a third language for many of these students. So first of all, why Duolingo though? According to Hidayati and Diana in 2019, their study found that Duolingo had reported good engagement with their participants, and it's easily accessible via mobile phone with internet connectivity. So in this research, the questions that I seek to answer are: what influence does Duolingo have on participant intrinsic motivation? And what elements contribute to any influence on intrinsic motivation in Duolingo? So I based this particular small research on two theories. The first being self-determination theory, where it's posited that psychological needs are met, therefore you have motivation. And these psychological needs include autonomy, which is your the feeling of you being in control of whatever process it is you need to go through to reach your goal. The feeling of competence, where you can see that you have the ability to perform a task, and relatedness, which is the human need for connection with other people. The second theory that I based this research on is the theory of intrinsically motivating instructions, or TIMI, by Malone in 1985. And this is basically lists what elements in a game can also promote intrinsic motivation. So intrinsically motivating elements, these include challenge, which is essentially when there is a task given to you and there is a goal, but it's not totally 100% certain. It's something they call uncertain goal attainment. So you're not sure if you can get the goal or not, but it's a challenge, so you have to try. And then the next motivating element would be curiosity, which is an attention grabber. Yeah, as I said, it's an attention grab. It actually draws you in to help you draws you in to find out what happens in the end, and fantasy, which uses imagery to create another world, so to speak, for yourself. Where is that? There we go. Okay, and so I did this research through qualitative methodology using thematic analysis. Basically, my participants, they used Duolingo for 2 weeks, 10 minutes a day, and they were subject to a semi-structured interview after. My participants were chosen based on my ease of access to them. They were 2 Mandarin Chinese speakers as a first language, and the English language was judged to be about CEFRA 2, and the thematic analysis being performed upon the 2 previous mentioned theories with game elements and psychological needs fulfillment. So in this theoretical framework, you can see that the 2 theories are put into Duolingo, and then semi-structured interview, then the thematic analysis, and the analysis onto how it might impact on their motivation. And as a result, the themes that were identified included intrinsically motivating activities, different types of stimulation, and emotional response from the participants. So in intrinsically motivating activities, the 2 elements of Duolingo that actually were judged to have the most impact on their motivation were the leaderboard and badges. In terms of stimulation, there was cognitive stimulation, which is the stimulation of the mind through the learning activities, as well as the different levels. And we also have visual stimulation, which was achieved through the use of an animated owl, also the so-called mascot of Duolingo. And we will see much later on that they actually used this owl both in terms of a static image, an animated image, and being absent altogether. And lastly, there was an emotional response of competitiveness, sense of achievement, as well as disappointment. So what can be discussed about this particular game? Well, Duolingo is what was defined as a steady game where the difficulty level is customizable and the outcome is uncertain, because at the beginning of the app, you actually are subjected to a test which will help the app actually gauge what level of difficulty might be appropriate for you. And from there, because it's judged to be an appropriate level, this level is just hard enough that you are not 100% sure you can complete the task, but not so easy that you are 100% sure that you can complete it. And obviously we found elements found in TIMI and self-determination theory, and we further concluded that the intrinsic motivation was positively influenced by Duolingo. Oops. Yes, so you can see in this flow of themes that the participants both started with an intrinsic goal themselves, where they actually had the goal that they wanted to improve themselves in terms of communication in a different language. And as such, being put into Duolingo, they are being subjected to intrinsically motivating activities. They were then stimulated, which created an emotional response. And from this emotional response, psychological needs were fulfilled, which further led to intrinsic motivation being stimulated, and therefore allowing them to continue doing the intrinsically motivating activity, essentially creating a cycle for them to keep on going. So as you can see in this overview here, there are 5 elements in Duolingo: learning activities, levels, owl, badges, and leaderboard, which are all intertwined and have different functions in terms of TIMI as well as self-determination theory. So you can see learning activities, levels, and owl affect curiosity. Levels and owl affect fantasy, owl badges and leaderboard affect challenge, as well as in self-determination theory, you can see that autonomy, obviously, because with learning activities, the participants actually had no hints, no instructions, they just went right in, and all their answers were based on what they thought, so it's completely autonomous. The competence, which is essentially a form of feedback, they could get it through the levels, through the owl and badges, and to an extent relatedness through the leaderboard to see where they stood in terms of their competence. So you can see here through these images, Duolingo is very image heavy. We have challenge, as I said, leaderboard badges, fantasy, which is intrinsic and extrinsic. So extrinsic meaning that it's outside them. When they achieve success, the owl is actually animated. When they experience failure, the owl is actually absent. So even if the participant is not fully aware of the presence or absence of the owl, or whether or not it's static or not, it actually does affect their motivation. And the intrinsic, obviously, they would use it to get achievements to better themselves. So the more success they have, the more badges they have, and therefore they have more intrinsic motivation. And finally, curiosity, where we have sensory and cognitive. Likewise, with extrinsic fantasy, sensory curiosity is achieved through the owl, where the animated owl is more stimulating the static owl or having no owl. And the cognitive curiosity would be through the levels and the different learning activities they would go through during the Duolingo app. And finally, in self-determination theory, we can see relatedness, the leaderboard. It's thought that in these particular games, while relatedness is needed for self-determination theory, it's not at the forefront. So therefore, the leaderboard, even though there is no social interaction or connection, it's sufficient enough to actually bring forth and fulfill that portion of self-determination theory. In competence, obviously, as I explained before, with badges, you get that sense of accomplishment, the animated owl, and levels, you would be progressing through the different levels and therefore reach a competent and feeling of competence. And autonomy would actually, obviously, because their learning activities are done entirely by themselves, they feel that they can have full control over their own learning. So in terms of limitations for this particular research, there could have been possible expression inaccuracies due to the interview being conducted in the second language, i.e. English. There was also time constraints because this research was only for 2 weeks, and therefore I wasn't able to actually view any long-term relationships. So in conclusion, Malaysia definitely does have limited English performance, regardless of how many years students go through from primary school all the way to university. We do have a technology platform, not just Duolingo to create intrinsic motivation, but also other language learning apps as well as Hello Talk, which actually encourages interaction and is kind of like a online pen pal system. We also have, we can also see that Duolingo has a positive influence on intrinsic motivation and fulfills the elements stated in TIMI as well as self-determination theory to create intrinsic motivation. And through this, we can use technology to improve learning to make it more efficient, fun, and motivating. In terms of future research that personally I am interested in, if I could, I would expand the study to 14 weeks. And I would also explore and compare different language learning applications, not just with Duolingo. So thank you for your time today. Do we have any questions?
All right, thank you, Alina Sukwai-Ling, for that presentation. Felt like I was listening to an Australian lecturer. So I have a question myself,
Yes.
because I do use Duolingo. I wouldn't say on a daily basis, but I do have experienced the everything that you've talked about regarding the Duolingo app, like the animations and the leaderboards and everything. But I would like to ask, what is the age range for the participants of your research? Because personally, I feel like the animations of the owl don't really affect me that much, and how much I want to learn from the app. So what is the age range for the participants of your research?
The age range was 19 and 20. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
understood. And another question I have is, Do you think the leaderboard and achievements as the prime motivation for them to learn from the app, does it affect their true purpose and motivation to actually acquire the language, or to more towards, you know, getting up there in the leaderboard?
It's personally, I don't think it's towards the actual acquisition of the language, because that is what the learning activities are for. The leaderboard and the badges are more to keep the users of the app motivated to continue doing the learning activities. So not to go off on a tangent, I promise I will stay on topic, because the actual inspiration for me to look at gamification was through a very, very popular game at the moment called Genshin Impact, right? And as a first-time user at that point, it happened to intercede with when I had to decide what I wanted to do for that particular research. And Genshin Impact is very addictive, especially when you start. So I was very interested in what kind of elements could actually, you know, impact and create what actually brings people back to play more, to continue doing things. And to an extent, Duolingo does have those elements, because that is the point. Personally, with learning a language, it's all about consistency. And with consistency, you need to have, in a sense, motivation to continue maintaining that consistency, to do it not just once or twice a week. I mean, some people can do that depending on their ability to learn languages, but if possible, every day. So, to answer your question, yeah, it does affect it. Sorry, yeah, it does affect it, but not in the sense of the actual language acquisition itself.
All right, thank you. We have one more question in the chat box. If you were to compare apps, which app would you compare with Duolingo?
At the moment, I'm doing Duolingo, and I also read a paper on quizzes yesterday. I'm not too sure on quizzes at the moment, because I haven't actually used it myself. It was from a research in Johor. It does seem to have some elements of motivation, but I actually haven't done much in terms of that research yet. I would also like to look at other apps, which are HelloTalk and iTalk, which I have used myself, although those lean more towards relatedness part of self-determination theory instead of the gamification part of it. So it would also be interesting to see if there is a difference between doing an completely autonomous by yourself learning experience compared to learning with others.
All right, thank you for the answers. Any more questions, anyone? All right, if we have no more questions, thank you again, Miss Alina, for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
All right, so let us now move on to the next speaker. I would like to call upon Miss Lam Ka Wei from TAR-UC Malaysia, with her research relationship between resilience and academic motivation among undergraduates in a private university in Kuala Lumpur. Take it away.
Thank you. So I present the slides.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can you guys see the slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so hi, I'm Lam Ka Wei. The research that I'm going to talk about today is the relationship between resilience and academic motivation among undergraduates in a private university in Kuala Lumpur. So firstly, let's get to know about the two most important variables of my study. Academic motivation is one's motivation within an academic setting. So for instance, are you, as a student, motivated to attend to classes and gain new knowledge, learn new things from the class? Are you motivated to complete all your assignments on time? Are you motivated to revise for your final examinations? All of these reflect your level of academic motivation. Secondly, resilience refers to one's ability to bounce back and to successfully adapt to life's difficulties. Therefore, when we say that, oh, that person is very resilient, this means that he or she can easily adapt, easily bounce back from the difficulties that he or she is facing. So the thing here is how these two variables might be related to one another. Past studies have found that one of the contributors to resilience is optimism. So under academic motivation, we have one type of motivation known as intrinsic motivation. When we are intrinsically motivated to engage in certain activity, this means that we enjoy ourselves in the process of engaging that activity. The sense of enjoyment and pleasure help us to have positive emotional experiences and optimism, which might contribute or relate to the development of resilience. So, firstly, I'll introduce about the first theory of the theoretical framework of my study, which is this self-determination theory. So this self-determination theory states that there are three types of motivation, which include A motivation, extrinsic motivation, and intrinsic motivation. They are being arranged in a self-determination continuum. This means that they are being arranged in a sequence that was shown in my slide here, exactly like this, based on their level of self-determination. So as you guys can see from the slides, there are two arrows here which indicate low and high self-determination. At the lowest self-determination end of this self-determination continuum, there is A motivation. Therefore, A motivation is associated with the lowest level of self-determination. Why? Because A motivation represents the deficiency of motivation, which can be expressed in the form of learned helplessness. This means that when a student is experiencing A motivation, he or she is lacking of the motivation to engage in any academic task. Therefore, the level of self-determination is very low. Secondly, we can see here is extrinsic motivation. So when we are extrinsically motivated to engage in certain activity, this means that we complete that activity just as a means to an end. How? For instance, as students, we study because we want to get the certificate during our graduation ceremony. We complete our assignments on time because we want to pass the subject. We do not want to fail the subject. Therefore, when we are extrinsically motivated, our motivation is largely controlled by external factors like some possible future achievements, rewards, or punishment. Hence, the level of self-determination associated with this extrinsic motivation is not the highest, but it is also not the lowest. It is only in the middle, moderate. So lastly, we can see here is intrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation is associated with the highest level of self-determination because when we are intrinsically motivated to engage in certain activity, we do it just because we enjoy doing it. Therefore, the motivation is largely controlled by ourselves, whether we enjoy doing the activity or not. So the level of self-determination is the highest. And this intrinsic motivation is very important because when we have enjoyment, interest, and pleasure in engaging certain activity, we have positive emotional experiences. And based on this broaden and build theory, positive emotional experiences can broaden our thoughts and action tendencies. This means that when we enjoy the task, when we feel happy, excited, interested, calm, relaxed while doing the task, our thoughts will be broadened. We are likely to be creative. We are likely to think of new alternatives. We are likely to see things in different perspectives. And these thoughts can influence our actions and responses towards the circumstances that we are facing, which is very important because it can help us to adapt to the situation, help us to build personal resources such as resilience so that we are able to adapt and solve the challenges that we face in certain situations and eventually help us to ride the waves of life. However, a study has shown that 29.9% of university students from 7 countries, which include Malaysia, experience a low level of resilience. So this study also pointed out that Malaysian undergraduates, they have significantly lower level of resilience as compared to UK undergraduates. So this can be a problem because low level of resilience increase the vulnerability towards stress. And students, they are in academic settings where they face various academic challenges. Therefore, resilience is very important to help the students in their learning. So these are my 4 research objectives and its respective research questions. Firstly, I examine the level of resilience among undergraduates. Secondly, I examine the levels of different types of academic motivation among undergraduates. Thirdly, I examine whether there is any significant relationship between resilience and academic motivation. And lastly, I examine whether academic achievement, which is the CGPA, is a significant moderator in the relationship between resilience and academic motivation. So this is my conceptual framework that I have developed based on my research objectives / research question. Okay, here comes research methodology. In terms of the research design, my research is a quantitative cross-sectional design, and I have adopted the correlational design. And I've collected data responses from 200 undergraduates in a private university in Kuala Lumpur and randomly selected 100 responses for further data analysis. However, because there was an outlying data, therefore my final sample was 99 undergraduate students with the average age of 21.04. Lastly, I have used convenience and snowball sampling for me to collect the data. Okay, this is the first instrument that I have used for me to measure the level of resilience among undergraduates. So it consists of a total 6 items, with item 246 areas coded items, and Malaysian studies have shown that it is a valid and reliable instrument. Secondly, in terms of academic motivation, I have used this academic motivation skill college version for me to measure the level of academic motivation among undergraduates. So it consists a total of 28 items with no reverse coded items that measure 7 factors of academic motivation. You guys might be familiar with these 3 types of motivation, as I have mentioned earlier, because this skill was developed by the author based on the self-determination theory. And in terms of the psychometric properties, Malaysian studies have also showed that it is a valid and reliable instrument. Okay, for data analysis, I have used descriptive statistics, which include the mean values for my first and second research question. And I have used Pearson correlation to examine whether there is any significant relationship between resilience and academic motivation. Lastly, I have used multiple regression technique to examine whether our CGPA academic achievement is a significant moderator in the relationship. Okay, firstly, my research has showed that undergraduates in KL, they display moderate level of resilience, which is consistent with past studies, but this moderate level of resilience still significantly lower than UK undergraduates in another study, showed in another study. So this can be due to the cultural difference between Malaysia and other countries like UK, because Malaysia culture, which is one of the Asian culture, we tend to discourage emotional expression. Therefore, we are less likely to express our feelings and emotional concerns to others around us. But this is very important because expressing our feelings and emotional concerns to others can be a form of coping, which is known as support seeking. So when we seek support, when we seek advice from others, it can help us to overcome the challenges that we are facing in daily life, which eventually help us to be more resilient. Therefore, the moderate levels of resilience displayed by the participants can be affected by the cultural differences, cultural norm. Secondly, my study also showed that in terms of the different types of academic motivation, undergraduates from KL, they displayed highest scores for extrinsic motivation as compared to intrinsic and A motivation. This is consistent with past cross-cultural studies, which showed that undergraduates from a collectivistic culture, they tend to have higher levels of extrinsic motivation as compared to those in individualistic culture. But why? This can be due to the social value of interdependence. This means that as collectivists, we tend to value harmonious relationship with others and conformity towards social expectations. So a study has shown that this social value of interdependence is associated with the students' motivation to adopt and to achieve socially oriented goals. What are socially oriented goals? Socially oriented goals are the goals that were being advocated by others around you in your society, in your family, in your community, such as your family members might always tell you that, okay, you need to study well, you need to be a straight A student, you need to get a well-paid, stable job in the future. So all of these represent socially oriented goals. And this study showed that the students, they are from collectivistic culture, okay, and they experience this need to prove to others that they are able to achieve these socially oriented goals in order for them to avoid rejection from those who are close to them, as well as to maintain the good harmonious relationships with others. Therefore, the differences, the highest levels of extrinsic motivation can be due to the cultural values. Thirdly, my study showed that there was a weak positive significant relationship between residence and academic motivation, which is consistent with the theoretical framework of my study that I have explained just now. So when we are intrinsically motivated, we enjoy the process and help us to have positive emotional experiences, which can help us to develop a high level of resilience. Lastly, in terms of my last research question, my study have found that academic achievement is not a significant moderator in the relationship between resilience and academic motivation. This means that regardless of your CGPA, whether you have high or low CGPA, the relationship between resilience and academic motivation remains the same. And your CGPA actually does not affect the relationship. So as long as you have academic motivation, it's related to high levels of resilience, regardless of your CGPA. But why? Because our academic achievement, CGPA, is associated with the need to achieve. And this need to achieve serves as extrinsic motivator, not intrinsic motivator. Studies shown that extrinsically motivated students, they are being motivated to obtain good grades and avoid failure. Therefore, they are more outcome-oriented. But on the other hand, intrinsically motivated students, they are being motivated by the sense of self-fulfillment, enjoyment, and pleasure in engaging academic tasks. Therefore, they are more process-oriented rather than outcome-oriented. And as being mentioned in my theoretical framework and previous research result, intrinsic motivation is important for the development of resilience. Therefore, CGPA academic achievement, which is an extrinsic motivator, is not a significant moderator in the relationship. Lastly, my study has shown that it is important to build students' intrinsic motivation so that they are able to be more resilient in the face of many challenges. And secondly, from the last research result that I have explained just now, it is also important to note that regardless of academic achievement, students are able to develop higher levels of resilience with higher levels of academic motivation. Therefore, we all should adopt a more process-oriented attitude towards student learning, because the core of building intrinsic motivation is to allow them to enjoy the process, which facilitates the development of resilience. Last but not least, working hard for something we don't care is stress, but working hard for something we love is called passion. So I hope that we are all able to discover our passion and work on something that sparks our intrinsic motivation so that we are able to be more resilient on our way of working towards our passion. That's all from me. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Miss Lam Ka Wei, for your interesting presentation. I feel like a lot of us could really relate to your presentation here. All of us, you are like mostly degree bachelor students, PhD, or even masters. So now we should move on to the Q&A session. Do we have any questions? I'll give it a good 20-30 seconds because we had some questions just now in the chat box that were unanswered. Any questions at all? Yes, Ms. Rasya has a question.
I was wondering, right? You had such a large population for your research, right? Was it difficult to get those sample numbers? How did you go about it? Was it very difficult? And how do you go about? Sometimes the respondents, they don't really answer. Let's say if you have Likert scale, they just put like 3, 3, 3, 3, and all that. How do you go about it? And I must say, it's a very interesting research, right? To be intrinsically motivated and all that, right?
Okay, thank you for your questions. So firstly, it is hard to get 200. It's because during the pandemic, we can only use, Google Form, and we are unable to go back to the campus and meet many students in a campus. So we just use Google Form. And for me, I appreciate that I have the opportunities to actually know many people outside of my course. And also I have known many lecturers. So yeah, I keep sharing my form. I kept sharing my Google form to everyone that I have known for and ask for help for sharing the form also. That's why hence it is snowball sampling plus convenience sampling so that I'm able to get the 200 responses. But most importantly for data collection, it is important to plan early and to allocate like a lot of times, few weeks at least to help me, to help you as researcher to get the responses, the sufficient amount of responses. And my supervisor also asked me to get 200 so I can randomly select 100. This randomness, the little bit of randomness in my data collection helped me to increase the generalizability and also avoid the bias, the response set that you have mentioned just now. Yeah.
All right, thank you for the answers. Do we have any more questions for Ms. Lam Kao Wei? Okay, it seems we do not have any more questions. So we can now move on to the next presenter. But before we do that, Miss Alina Su, are you still here?
Yes.
Yeah, we have a question in the chat box from just now.
Oh.
Yeah, it asks, what implications can you derive from the study to the current education system in English teaching?
Okay, that is a good question because it's something I considered a lot myself, even though I did this thing last year. It's mostly, I think, in terms of teaching materials and the creation of teaching materials. Because I didn't mention it in my presentation because time limitations, but there are definitely more factors that go into why we have such low language proficiency, even though our students go through so many years of English language education. And one of the ones that really stood out to me is the prioritizing of the language, because as I mentioned, as we all know, English is a second language, if not a third or fourth language for many students. And many students have a strong preference for their mother tongue or languages that they can use socially with their friends, right? And therefore, with this particular implication from what I studied, perhaps we can create the pull for students to want to use the language more, not just within the classroom, but bit by bit. Because I mean, I know this is a bit mean and a bit, I guess, sarcastic, because when I walk around campus and I see, like, you know, speak English, and I'm just thinking to myself, it's a little bit sarcastic in my head. So, you know, it's not an easy thing to overcome, but this is just my, I guess, suggestion to start in schools to create more intrinsic motivation towards learning a language. And it doesn't just have to apply to English, honestly, because English is technically dying. I mean, as a global language. So it could be Chinese, you know, it could be Mandarin next. So we could totally use it for that. Yes.
All right, thank you very much for the answers there. All right, so now I would like to invite the next speakers. Hold on a minute. All right, I would like to invite Mr. Lo Xing Chuan and Mr. Ravi Kumar Jayasankar from TAR-UC Malaysia to present their research on the perceptions of Malaysian university students towards dark tourism. Welcome.
Yeah, sure. Thanks to the MC, I'm still turn on my camera. Yeah, so I'm sharing the slide as well. A moment, yeah. Wait for a moment, yeah. We are.
If you do have any difficulties, I can help you.
My internet connection is okay. Just now I also tried that the camera and the slide sharing all is okay, but now I don't know why at this moment. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So if you still have the technical issues, you can let me know. We actually
give
have your
me
backup files. Yeah.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yeah, I
Sure,
try
sure.
to refresh.
All right. Sure.
I think MC, to avoid the wasting of time, I think maybe you help me to share the slide.
Yep, sure, no
I'm trying
problem.
to working with that. I also don't know why. Even my cam also cannot.
All right, sure, no problem. Hold on.
Yeah. So when my my laptop is getting back to normal, then later I will inform you. Yeah. Okay, so sorry to everyone for some technical issue and problems now. We shall start it. Good morning to the honorable speakers and also the committee members, MC, for organizing these meaningful events, and also to my fellow friends and lecturer as well. So my name is Lo Seng Chuan, and my partner is Mr. Ravi Kumar. We are the student from Bachelor of Tourism Management. And the topic that we are going to share today is the perception of the Malaysian university students towards dark tourism. Next, please. Okay, just bear with some alignment problem because the setting. Okay, so about the introduction. Next. Okay, today we are going to talk about the dark tourism. So basically, the dark tourism is the niche market and the tourism product to be seen in the market. And this idea is actually proposed in the late of 1990s by the scholar with the intention of the tourists to explore the dark element of the dark tourism and some of the common features of dark tourism, including the historical events like warfare, assassination, incarceration, fear, sadness, genocide, and so on. So as compared to the traditional type of the tourism experience, like for example, the shopping, the foods, the ecotourism, which is more emphasizing on the relaxation and entertainment, dark tourism is actually a bit will be a big pressure to the tourists because it's actually involve the real incident of death and the loss of human life in the destination. Actually, there are many of the dark tourism places in this world. For example, Sanctuary Ossuary in Chess or the what we know as Bond Church. In Malaysia, we do have the Kelly Castle is to be believed as the haunted castle. Okay, Auschwitz-Birkenau in Poland, the former Nazi Germany concentration camp. Banda Aceh in Indonesia, whereby there is a tsunami in 2004, and also the Hiroshima atom bomb ruin in Japan. Next, please. Okay, so based on this scholar, there are actually 8 types of the classification for the dark tourism, in which that the first 2 is more on the relaxation and more casual and entertaining. First is the dark fun factory, focusing on the commercial value and the entertainment focus by using the dark element. For example, the dark theme escape room, the fictional zombie chase event during the Halloween, and so on. Next is about the dark exhibition that actually showcase that is associated with the death of macabre. For example, the body work exhibition in the Netherlands about the life cycle of human from the born until death. Besides these 2, the rest will be involving the real incident of death and the loss of human life. Next, dark dungeon is the not yet. Go back. Yeah. Okay, so dark dungeon is about the anxious panel and court of justice. For example, the prison in the Robben Islands, the former prison for the Nelson Mandela, and also the dark disaster is a post-disaster site. For example, Chernobyl nuclear disaster site or the Japan tsunami. Yeah, next please. Dark resting place is easy to understand. It's a graveyard, like we say, or cemetery. Dark shrines is the construction for their remembrance purpose and usually is related to certain degree of the religious element. For example, like the temple, the shrine, and so on that can be seen, especially in the Asian society. Dark conflict site basically is about warfare destination or the battlefield. For example, the Omaha Beach and Pearl Harbor. And the last one is dark camp of genocide, is the destination with the massive genocide conducted by human intentionally. For example, Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp. Next, please. Okay, so our research is actually the qualitative research with the target respondent chosen is the Malaysian university student aged from 20 to 30 years old, or we know as Gen Z, Generation Z, with the 19 respondents in total. And the reason why we are choosing the Malaysian university student as the target respondent is because we as a youngster, actually we do have a lot of the exposure to the dark element in the daily life. For example, maybe we heard about the death news of our relative, or even we look at the news nowadays about the death toll of the COVID-19 patient every day. Next is about the high degree of societal acceptance as youngster as compared to the elder generation. We as a youngster actually do not perceive the death or those sadness thing as the societal taboo, but we look in a different way actually to try to understand the reason behind of this kind of the death and so on. And also, last but not least, curiosity as an interest stimulants for the dark tourism. Next, please. Okay. Okay. So the dark tourism actually is relatively a new trend nowadays. As compared to the Western country, we as the Asian society actually try to avoid talking about the death and the sadness thing. But in the Western country, they look it in a different way, in which that they are trying to expose the reason behind of this kind of the the sad incident and so on. For example, this is the data of the annual visitor to the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp. We can see that from the year of 2001 until 2019, there is a steady increase until 2.3 million recorded in the year of 2019. Of course, we do not see the year of 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Yeah. Next, please. So the 2 problem statements for our study. First one is the limited dark tourism study and research had considered in the Asian market, as the one I have mentioned just now, because dark tourism is actually less popular as compared to the Western market due to the societal taboo and avoidance talking about the death and the sadness incident. But even we try to avoid talking about it, the thing is there, is existing at there. So we cannot simply neglect it. We shall perceive it as something really happened in our history of the humanity development. Next problem is a dilemma and criticism of the dark tourism, because some of the people actually believe that the dark tourism actually is exploiting and commercializing the past occurrence or sadness as the business revenue, and the disrespectful behavior of the tourists also cause the many arguments toward this kind of the dark tourism as a niche product and market nowadays. Next, please. For example, this is some of the disrespectful behavior of the tourists in Auschwitz-Birkenau that caused the organizer, the venue, have to put this kind of the post to alert the people about the seriousness of the place, that you shall not take it as something funny, or you just want to go there and hang around here and there. So we shall actually see this kind of the incident, the historical event, in a serious manner. Yeah, next please. Okay, research question. Yeah, so this is the Banda Aceh tsunami in 2004, before and after in Indonesia. Next. There are 4 research questions in general for our research study. First is what is the meaning of dark tourism from the perspective of Malaysian university students? We will try to ask them how well they know about dark tourism and what they understand about it. Next, the factor that might motivate the Malaysian university student to participate in dark tourism. What is the thing that will motivate them to participate? And next, the willingness of Malaysian university students to visit it. Like there's a different willingness between the male and female in this kind of the dark element of the dark tourism. So we try to figure out either it's a male or female, or there's no difference between the intention of visiting dark tourism place, and what is the potential travel behavior of them. For example, is about their concern before they start to plan their trip to dark tourism place. Next, please. Okay, so research methodology. Yeah, next. Data collection is a primary data and secondary data. So primary data, we are conducted semi-structured personal interview to get the extensive opinions and feedback from the respondent by using the convenient sampling approach to get the data from the people at our surrounding, especially the friend from TAUC, also the other public and private university in Malaysia, by using the way of virtual meeting and interview, for example, the Google Meet, the WhatsApp video call due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And the consent and the question list will be sent to them before the interview. Next is about the secondary data. So we are searching for the online scholar reading, for example, the journal article, dissertation, using the TAUC online database. Yeah, so this is quite understandable for everyone, I guess. Next, please. Okay, research hypothesis is also based on the research question. First, there is a difference in the personal understanding of the respondent on dark tourism. And next, different in motivational factor, and also the different in the willingness. Lastly, is different in the potential travel behavior of dark tourism. Next, please. So analyzing the primary data, we are using the thematic analysis. So starting from preparing the type field note, easy to understand. Based on the recording we listen, we type into the prepared notes for the further analysis. Then we review the data. Then we generate the themes based on the our topic of research. Then we did the coding. Coding is like highlighting the main point based out of all the field note collected, and we do the summarization for the data collected. Next, please. So there's 10 interview questions, 10 main interview questions, and here that we will send to the respondent before we start the interview. Of course, we will also not only ask these 10 questions, but also based on the answer from the respondent, we will add on extra questions. For example, we ask them, have you heard the term dark tourism before this? If let's say the respondent say, yes, I heard before, then we will ask them, how do you know about this term, and where you learn about this term, and how do you think about this term? Yeah, something like that. Next, please. Okay, so this is the example of the analyzed primary data. We look at the theme. Okay, the theme for the first hypothesis is the personal understanding on dark tourism. Then the coded data is the data we collected and we analyze. Then we figure out and highlight the important points to be included in the data analysis technique. So and so on for the hypothesis 2, 3, 4, and so on. Yeah, throughout the whole study. Next, please. Yeah, so far that's all for my partners. I will pass the research finding and conclusion to my partner, Mr. Ravi Kumar. Here you go.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Senchuan. So let's continue with a research finding. So next slide. For the respondent profile, in terms of gender, we discovered that 5 respondents are male, while 14 respondents are female. Next slide. Meanwhile, in terms of age respondent, the range of ages varies from 20 to 26, in which the majority of them are 22 years old, representing 9 respondents, followed by 21 years old, representing 3 respondents, and 23 and 24, representing 2 respondents respectively, and 20, 25, and 26 years old have 1 respondent respectively. So we can see that so many of them are still in school and also in university. Next slide. Right. Then regarding the personal understanding, among the 19 respondents being interviewed for this project, it is highlighted that 14 of them actually heard about the term dark tourism and were aware of the prior for the actual interview session. And only 5 respondents do not know about the dark tourism. And however, it is also possible that the respondents knew about it from their Google research and other reading from the journal before attending the interview session. Next slide. Moreover, the respondent will able to give an impressive understanding about the topic where they know that dark tourism is about death, suffering, and other things that happened in the past, which is correct. Next slide. In addition, the respondent motivation factors were for education and learning purposes, and also novelty-seeking experience and curiosity as the top 3 motivation factors, which was 8, 7, and 5 respondents ranked respectively, as you can see on the slide. So next slide. The respondent mentioned that they are immensely interested in learning about the past experience, although some respondents want to take pictures for social media. Either way, we can acknowledge that there is a motivation for respondents to pay tribute and go to the places regarding dark tourism. Next slide. Furthermore, based on the analyzed data, the interest and the willingness of the youngsters in exploring dark tourism destination could be divided into 3 categories, namely interested, which were 9 respondents, no interested have 5 respondents, and uncertainty have 5 respondents according to this slide. So next slide. The respondent gave a various response when we asked to identify the general interest of youngsters with the dark tourism places. They comment that many people have been easily scared by the place. Meanwhile, some say it will be a great experience for them to having a thrilling memories they can have with their family or as friends. And next slide. Besides, all of the respondents have been asked about their concern before starting the travel journey in dark tourism. Budget concern was the most frequent potential travel behavior across many other respondents, representing 11 respondents. Meanwhile, safety concern have 7 respondents. Next slide. The respondent mentioned that they still is a student, which leading to the spending the lowest budget in terms of accommodation or even transportation during the travel to a place. On the other hand, safety and comfort was also their concern, as they need to ensure that the surrounding environment is safe and comfortable for them to stay. Next slide. Okay, now we're moving on to the conclusion part. Next slide. In a nutshell, all of the research hypotheses proposed earlier are accepted and really provide an insightful knowledge for the researchers and understanding more on the trend of dark tourism among Malaysian university students. We recognize that the media publication can have effective interest stimulating in them, And in contrast to traditional textbook learning, vision and exploring the site can play an important role for the youngsters. Also, there is a high potential for developing dark tourism sectors in Malaysia because we have places such as Penang War Museum and Kelikas in Perak. Then there also a tremendous increasing awareness that dark tourism is not just it's a place where they're making money from that. It's actually a physical experience in learning the past of the dark, where the majority of the respondents believe that dark tourism is no exploitation to the past occurrence, but rather educational and also making room for the unconventional conversation. And next slide. Okay. And before we end our presentation, we would like to leave you with this quote by George Santayana, saying that those cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it, because history gives us the opportunity to learn from for the past mistake. And we hope you have gained an insight in dark tourism. So feel free to ask us any question regarding the topic. And thank you for listening.
All right, thank you both of you for the wonderful presentation on dark tourism. I really feel like these symbols around the world really make up for the make up the country itself, like the Hiroshima and Nagasaki incident, and also Auschwitz. It makes up the whole country as its own, as we know of it right now. So, do we have any questions for both the presenters? Yes, we have Jin Beng, who has a question.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. So thank you very much for sharing your presentation. I think it is interesting in so many ways. Definitely, it is a breath of fresh air, yeah, in today's session. So with regard to your presentation, I would like to know, yeah, how accurate or reliable do you think your findings are, considering the fact that most of your respondents actually come from a country where dark tourism is an industry that is so underdeveloped?
Okay, so first of all, thanks for your interesting questions. So actually, we could not say that our research is totally 100% accurate because first of all, we just how to say, to get the target respondent from our surrounding, in which that such a small number of the sample could not represent the whole figure and the whole pattern of the Malaysia in terms of the dark tourism trends. Also, there is some limitation and the recommendation for the further future research. For example, because we only include the opinion of the youngster, but not from the tour operator or those few player or in the industry. So that I hope that in the future, for those who are interested in doing the similar research, we could actually get the opinion from the tour operator or the tourism agency or the those who are working in the industry, because they are the one who get know to the customer every day. So they must they will definitely have much more better practical experience and the knowledge and the opinions about this kind of the study topic in our research. But nevertheless, despite the dark tourism is still a niche product in Malaysia and throughout most of the Asian market, I believe. However, I think that this is one of our strengths to develop the tourism industry in the Asian market, because we have a lot of the historical event and occurrence that we cannot simply just leave there and waste it. We shall take it and use it and create it, include in the tourism package to attract the people who wish to see and learn practically, physically about our historical event in Asian markets. Thank you. I hope that we answer your question.
Thank you, Seng Chuan. Thank you, Ravi.
All right, thank you for the answers. We have a few more questions. One of it is acknowledged that dark tourism can be educational for tourists. However, do you think that there should be any regulations to stop those who may exploit dark tourism to their benefit?
Okay, so another meaningful question also. So yes, definitely there must be some restriction, rules and regulation for those tourists who wish to visit the dark tourism place. First of all, especially for the group tourists or the tour guides, the tour guides have the responsible to acknowledge the tourists about the nature of this place, some of their simple history about this place, so that they know what actually happened there and do not take it as something funny, but in a serious manner. For example, in the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp, there is a yes, despite the tourists, they can take the picture and the video, but they must get the acknowledgement from the people there to before they are allowed to take the photo, because some of the exhibition is actually prohibited from being disclosed to the public. Like for example, the some of the scalp of the humans, the victim there, and yet some other things is allowed to take photo for the remembrance purpose and to acknowledge the youngster about the place. For example, the clothing of the prisoner, the personal belonging, the bag, and so on, so that the people will respect it and be fear of it and do not make it something funny at there. They must visit it with a serious manner, respect it, and acknowledge it. Yeah, so thank you.
All right, we have a few more questions. Why are these places kept intact and preserved for people to visit?
All right, so I can take this question. When I'm honest with you, when I'm doing this project, we understand that why on earth we want to go back to our history and digging back what happened and then talking about what happened in the past. But the important thing is we have to understand it's very crucial for we to see in our own eye what happened in the past geopolitical time and how destruction happened, because it's easy to having misunderstanding about what happened in the past, because that happened in the past. So it's hard to remember what happened in 1900 in their political situation. And so since it happened, it's also making a room for us to having unconventional conversation, just like, for example, the Holocaust happened back in time. It's easy to say what people have what intention, but it's also easy to cover that it's not happened due to the haunting situation. But because we have the site and people talking about it, so we can do and we can improve our decision, especially in authority level, what they can do about nuclear reaction, all this thing. And this also help us to recognize. I think the recognition about what has happened in the past is very important, because as we going forward, it's easy to forget about it. So I think the recognition about what has happened is very important to us to preserve. And it's also intertwined with our culture and heritage, and how people behave in the past and how we can improve in the future. So I think that is the most important thing why we need to preserve and make it into tourism. Just like we heard about how we learn Duolingo, right? We make it into a game system, gamification, so people can come back again and again and learn from that app. So same concept in here, when we keep making a tourism, it's easy to people go and visit the places as opposed to more a dark and frightened site. So that's my answer for that.
All right, so the last question we have for today. Dark tourism is dangerous, and is there any insurance that you can purchase when visiting the places? I guess one of the examples would be like the radioactive sites of Chernobyl.
Okay, so I will try to answer this question. So actually, generally, the dark tourism place is safe if you follow fully the rules and regulation and the guideline. Because not only about the dark tourism place, if you do not follow the guideline and the safety rules and regulation, even you go to jungle trekking, you will also lost inside, right? So there is a generally it's safe if you follow the rules and regulations and guidelines. So there's no any specific insurance to buy, but it's just a general travel trip insurance for you to buy it. And some of the general injury could be like, for example, when you accidentally fall down or you hurt your knee or your some minor injury on your skin or hand, those things is still considered as common. So far, if you follow all the guidelines, there is the risk of getting the major injury is very, 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 very low.
Yeah, so that's all from my answer for this question. Thank you.
All right, thank you to both presenters and all the questions that we've had. So now we will move on to the next presenter. Our next presenter is Miss Janani S. Nagaraja from TAR-UC Malaysia, and she will present her research, Bridgerton, the Netflix series, Bridge of Barrier to English Language Acquisition. Take it away.
Thank you. So I'll present my slides now. Oh, okay, I raised my hand accidentally. Okay, yes. Yes, it's presenting. Okay, can everybody see my slides? Yes, okay, thank you. So I'll set my timer too so I don't talk too much later on. Okay, so let's start. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Janani S. Nagaraja, and I am a student from TAR-UC who is currently in the process of completing my bachelor degree in English with Education. So today I wish to take you through the journey of my research paper, which is entitled Bridgerton, the Netflix series, A Bridge or a Barrier to English Language Acquisition. So without further ado, let us start. Yeah. Okay. So we start our journey with chapter 1, which is our introduction. So a quick background of what Bridgerton is. Now, before I start on this, can I ask the audience here, do y'all know what Bridgerton is? Have you heard of it? Have you seen it? Anyone? You can use the raise hand button. Willem is like, yeah, okay. So a lot of you have actually watched it, great. So to those who do not know what Bridgerton is, now Bridgerton is actually a Netflix original series directed by Chris Van Dusen based on a Julia Quinn's novel that revolves around the matchmaking problems that are faced by the Bridgerton family. Now, Bridgerton has actually changed the definition of drama where it got ranked as the top 1 most watched series, but now I think Squid Game took the place. But nevertheless, the success of the show brought attention to like the positive feedback that was aligned with it. For example, King 2021 stated that the show was actually an invitation to older English language, and in relation with a statement by Rothwell 2019, who stated that the movie was actually influencing humans' language ability. So I wanted to put these two together and wanted to investigate whether or not the languages used in Bridgerton have an impact on Malaysian adult viewers of the show. So this was the main reason to why I wanted to use Bridgerton here. Now, the other reason to why I wanted to do this research was because of certain issues. Firstly, because most of the topics related to acquisition and Netflix were done on children and adults, children and students, and not really on adults. And secondly, like the negative impacts that were usually highlighted when you are using Netflix and all that were not given much emphasis on. And lastly, not much research was actually done in the Malaysian geographical aspect where Netflix was actually used as a medium of study. A lot of things were like the Malaysia One Netbook and also TV IQ, Astro, and things like this. But Netflix, no. So this is why all these reasons put ahead, I wanted to do this research. Now, for my research objectives, firstly, I wanted to discover the Malaysian adults' perception towards using Netflix series Bridgerton as an English language acquisition medium for adults, and to discover the motivation of Malaysian adults in acquiring English through the Netflix series Bridgerton. And in order to achieve these objectives, I had to answer 2 questions, which are these 2, and it was answered based on an interview. So now we will look at literature review. Now, this is the most tedious part of my presentation, but nevertheless, we have our best friend here, which is the conceptual framework. So this, I know we cannot see, so we have a simplified version of it. This covers the most important literature that we should know. So firstly, it starts off with perception of adults. Then it moves on to language acquisition by Krishnan 1995. Now, please do take note that this study is based on language acquisition and not language learning, which are 2 different things. So acquisition happens subconsciously. You become a bit, you learn a language involuntarily. It happens involuntarily, whereas language learning happens voluntarily and you learn a language consciously. So this is the only thing we need to take note of, okay? So the bridge category is formed due to evidence from certain literature suggesting that Netflix is great to be used as an English language acquisition medium. And if it acts as a bridge, then the study will further analyze adults' motivation for acquiring a language through this platform. And we know, motivation is a very wide topic. So similar to all my friends here who presented earlier, mine will also be focusing on intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. Okay. And in contrast to all this, relating to other literature found, it was found that Netflix is not an appropriate tool for language learning or language acquisition, and because the language used was not academic. So due to all these three people here, and that is why we have a barrier category here. So this is the overall conceptual framework. Now for methodology, so this is where all the magic happens. So we start off with our research design, which is a qualitative study where I conducted an interview to get answers. And the sampling used was actually purposive sampling method, where I selected my participants because they had certain characteristics that I wanted them to. So these were a few characteristics that I wanted them to possess. So now for the data collection, so my participants got selected, and now I made them sign a lot of consent forms for ethical purposes. You do not want to play with humans. So, and also I also gave them a demographic form for later analysis, and also they attended the interview. So this interview was done through Zoom since Malaysia was still under the pandemic. So Zoom was the best way to do it. And they answered 8 opinion-based questions. And lastly, the data underwent transcribing before it got analyzed. So once transcribed, it first underwent immersion, and then it was coded, and then it was compared and contrasted between one another to allow reshuffling and also recategorization of certain data. And lastly, it underwent thematic analysis, where the data was actually categorized under several themes. So, and it was also rechecked by a rater if it did not fit any theme. So this once again is for reliability purposes, because qualitative studies, we tend to have a lot of biasness and mistakes. So for that purpose, we had a rater check my data for me. So many months later, we finally had our findings. So these were the demographic information of my participants, and this is the themes. So the themes here are all direct themes. Yeah, please do take note, they are direct themes. So it was extracted from quotations and keywords of the participants that the participants have said. So these are the themes. So we have total of 14 themes here. So first, for research question 1, in order to answer this, 4 interview question was asked. So the first one, I wanted to know whether the Netflix series Bridgerton helped them to gain English vocabulary, and all of them said yes. They said promenage, canon, hasten, glimmer. All these were words that they were able to acquire from this show. So from here, these were the themes that I got, and it relates with the conceptual framework by Dizon 2018, who deduced that Netflix shows was actually aidful in exposing L2 learners to L2 vocabularies. And this also shows possibility of other Netflix original series that are similar to Bridgerton, like, The Crown. I think most of us know The Crown, to be a proper vocabulary acquisition medium, because both series do share similar accents and genre. Now, my second question, I asked them whether, do you agree that, Netflix being a language learning medium, and do you think it's appropriate? Do you agree with this statement? And most of them did agree to it, but one participant did disagree because they found that the platform has a lot of vulgar languages. And these were the themes extracted, which was quite a lot. And also it relates with 3 of this conceptual framework. And despite that minority stating otherwise, which is my P2 participant, so it still shows some kind of potential for Netflix to be used as a medium of language acquisition. So this is for interview question 2. Now for question 3, which is quite interesting, I wanted to understand the effect of the accent utilized in the show, because the show used a very heavy British accent, and I wanted to know whether the accent helped improve their understanding of the English language. And it was found that half of the respondents were able to have an after effect of the accent. I think even us, after we watch Harry Potter, 1-2 minutes of it, and we start talking like Hermione, we'll be like, hello there. So it can be explained in relation to the chameleon effect, and 2 of them actually underwent that, but half of them didn't really have this effect. But it has definitely helped them understand the English language better, because some pronunciation, they were like, oh, I have been pronouncing this wrongly, and now it has actually helped them understand the pronunciation better. And this is one of the interesting finding that I was able to find, where subtitles has actually helped them to improve their English language. So from here, these were the themes, and it relates with the conceptual framework by Turkman 2020, who stated that Netflix does help in developing second language skills, which includes pronunciation. And as mentioned earlier, the chameleon effect. And I also believe that all this actually indicate that Netflix could be utilized to not just improve your second language, but also learners' passive understanding of the foreign languages, because name it, Netflix, from Spanish to French to German to any language, Netflix has got you covered. So yes, we can definitely look at this too. Now, unlike the last for 3 questions, the last one for here, I wanted to understand their perception on the crude languages found, because Bridgeton is rated as MA, mature audience, or also known as 18 plus in Malaysia, we call it that, due to the sexual content found and also the crude languages. And most of them, they stated that no, because they said that the crude languages found was very common and it is very normalized. They said that the swearing is like the new hello of today. But so they stated that it's not as big of an impact on the acquisition process. Yes, it's unethical, but it's definitely not a huge impact on the acquisition process. And the themes found were these, and also it relates with the conceptual framework by Maharani and Green Enix. This is because one of my participants did disagree, so that is why it relates to this. But since the majority of my findings are, positively inclined, so it's different from Maharani 2021, and I believe this is because due to geographical differences, because Maharani's participants were Indonesians, whereas mine were Malaysians. So it may be due to, geographical background, it affects the way we perceive certain things. So I believe this is so. And with that, we move on to our research question 2, where the next 4 questions is answered in order to get my answers for research question 2. So first one, I wanted to know what kind of motivation they had, and half of them said it was, expanding vocabulary, better self-esteem, and half of them said to get better job and to also improve their communication skills and all that. And which shows that the responses are actually a mixture of extrinsic and intrinsic motivation. And these were the themes, and it relates with the conceptual framework by Hamdan 2017 and Vatang Teboki by 2014. And I believe that most of my participants' answers were more intrinsically based, because they were either employed and they were financially stable, which actually reduces the need for them to acquire English for specific purposes. And for question 6, I wanted to understand the importance of them to acquire English, and not just them, but adults in general. And all of them stated yes. They said you must acquire English and it's important to do so. And they all said it's for communication purposes. And once again, it relates with the themes here, and it relates with the conceptual framework by Augustinic, who defined my intrinsic motivation here, and Brown, who defined my extrinsic motivation here. And I believe the uniformity in the responses here, such as communication and job, suggests that it may be once again due to geographical factors, because in Malaysia we use English extensively for communication. Since it's second language, we use it for communication, like interviews and things like that. So participants may be conditioned in a way to perceive the importance of acquiring English as, only for communication and job purposes, and they did not have like much deeper reflection to what I wanted them to answer. But nevertheless, I did not ask them back or, hint, hey, you can give me deeper answers, because it is very unethical, firstly, in a qualitative study. And I did include this study because this finding is quite interesting, and we can definitely see a new scope of study, especially of how humans perceive. So any psychologist out there who wishes to study this, you are most welcome to do so. And for question number 7, I wanted to know whether when they learn English from the show, when they acquire English from the show, were they able to boost their confidence? And they all said yes, it had, because they were able to converse confidently with proper speaking skills and pronunciation. And these were the themes found, and it relates with the conceptual framework by Gomez et al. 2020, who revealed that watching movies helps improve communication skills, and through this, it actually improves individuals' confidence and also their motivation. And this also helped me understand research question 1. Lastly, for interview question 8, this was a question where I had a play in words. I wanted to know whether they wanted to acquire English vocabularies because they wanted to or because they needed to. I think our friends earlier have defined intrinsic motivation. So my way of remembering intrinsic and extrinsic is something you want to and it's aroused internally, whereas extrinsic is something you do it when you have the need to, and it's it's aroused externally. So the question is intended to directly understand if the motivations of participants were intrinsic or either extrinsic. And it was found that half of my participants wanted to acquire English vocabularies from the show, and half of them needed to. And the themes found were all this, and it relates once back to the conceptual framework from Augustinic and Brown. And I also believe that the differences in opinion, because half stated this, half stated that, it can be explained in relation to the participants' demographic information, because half of them are actually very stable financially and some of them are actually unemployed. So it shows the need for them to acquire English so they can ace an interview and things like that. So once again, I believe that their demographic plays a very important role in defining what their motivation is, whether it's intrinsic or extrinsic. So with that, we can finally conclude our study. Yes. Okay. So with that, for research question 1 is answered, because since most of my participants were able to acquire vocabulary from the Bridgeton series, and it also most participants that they stated that they agreed to the fact that Netflix is an appropriate tool for language learning, and majority of my participants were able to improve their understanding of the English language through the accent utilized in the Netflix series Bridgeton. And lastly, most participants believe that the crude languages found is it's not a barrier to language acquiring. So it can't be ignored there was a minority of them stating otherwise. But in relation to the majority, I can definitely say that my participants' perceptions were positively inclined, and the Netflix series Bridgeton could be a bridge to language acquisition. So to those who wants to learn English or acquire English, do use Bridgeton, yeah? So in relation to that, for my research question 2, since half of them said their motivation was intrinsically aligned and half of them were extrinsically aligned, I would say that the motivation of my participants were both intrinsically and extrinsically motivated. So with that, since I am a human who cannot be satisfied with what I have here, I also have some future suggestions for my research. I definitely would like to change my approach. I would definitely like to look into more quantitative approach, look at numbers and things like that, and also explore more branches of motivation, and also more Netflix series. I feel like there are a lot of new Netflix series that is probably making a lot of good movies, and they are also having new languages put in. And lastly, I would also like to include more interview questions in this study. So with that, I would like to end my presentation by a quote by J.K. Rowling, where she said that everything is an opportunity if we see it as an opportunity. So when you watch a movie, do see it as an opportunity to learn or to acquire a new word or a language, because you can never be too old for learning or even acquiring. So with that, I would like to end my presentation by saying thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Janani, for that wonderful presentation. So let's move on to our Q&A session. Do we have any questions regarding her presentation on Bridgerton? Anyone at all? If no, I do have a question. Oh yeah, Jin Beng, we have a question from Jin Beng. Yes, Jin Beng, do you have a question for Ms. Janani?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. All right, first of all, I think it was another brilliant presentation, Janani. Congratulations. All right, so my question goes like this, yeah. What was the most difficult part when it came to phrasing your interview questions so that you were able to get meaningful responses from your respondents? Seeing that most viewers, who watch TV series, they don't really probe deep into the language usage and linguistic aspects of the series, right? So your questions really play an important role in eliciting, meaningful responses. So what was the most difficult part when it came to phrasing your questions?
I think the most difficult difficult part of phrasing my questions was to eliminate any kind of biasness, because every time I tend to put in a question, it sounded very biased, like, hey, so Netflix is a great platform, so do you agree? And things like this, it makes it sound like I'm kind of like, how do you say this? It's like I'm leading the question to them, making them look at Netflix from a very positive side of view. So I think to have that biasness removed and to get meaningful, because my topics were based on perception. So in order to get both positive and negative and to stay in that middle line, it was very hard because, like I said, removing the biasness was extremely hard, especially when you rephrase questions. So you had to pick certain vocabularies carefully in order to not sound biased. So once again, I felt like those newspaper writers, I felt like, okay, I should not be biased. I should write what I should know. I should rephrase questions as how it is. So I think that was the most difficult part of rephrasing my questions. So yes. I hope that answered the question.
Yes, thank you very much. Your answers is crystal clear. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for the answers. Do we have any more questions for Ms. Janani? All right. So, Ms. Janani, you mentioned just now that for your future research, you would like to explore on more Netflix series. Do you already have a show in mind that you would like to
Yes.
research on?
I do. I actually do have a show in mind. It's actually Inventing Anna. I think, like what I said, the chameleon effect. It was very well portrayed in the series. So I think in future, if I had a chance to, I would definitely like to look into series like Inventing Anna, or much of an opposite approach. Like Bridgerton was a very British based. So if I want to look into more of an Americanized based, I would definitely like to look into Stranger Things and things like that. So yeah.
All right, thank you. We also have Miss Liana Shasni who has a question.
Not exactly a question, but uh, it's kind of like this research that you did. It kind of shows how the motivation, of someone who wants to learn language, the person needs to enjoy it in order to learn better. It kind of relates back to Lam Kawei's research. Kind of, you guys could actually do a collaboration research and see what you guys can come up with. It's actually a really interesting research if you were to think about it. Yeah, it's just a comment, not really a question.
Yes, let's go, because when she presented hers, I was like, oh my god, this is something similar to my second research question. So yes, Miss Liana, I also realized that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have any more questions? All right, I don't think we have any more questions. Okay, so thank you again, Ms. Janani, for the presentation. Let's welcome our next presenter, Ms. Khadijah Amir, with her research on social linguistics in fictional languages, a social linguistic analysis of fictional languages. Take it away.
All right, I'll be presenting my screen. Give me a minute. I hope my microphone is clear because my Wi-Fi is a bit unstable today.
It's clear enough.
All right, cool. Give me a second. Okay. Oh, just present this tab. Why is it not presenting? Give me a minute. Sorry, technical difficulty. Okay. Okay. Is it presenting? Okay, cool. Yep. It is. Nice. Okay. So why is it not? Sorry, I'm very, very sorry. I don't know what's going on. Give me a second. Oh my goodness.
If you need any help with the slides, I can help them present to you too if you have problems there.
No, it's okay. It's just that my laptop is deciding to act up on me right now.
Okay.
Give me a minute. Should be fine in a bit. Okay, that's better. Okay, really sorry for that short delay. All right, a very good afternoon to everybody present. My name is Khadija Amir, and I'm from the Bachelor's of Arts English with Drama. My presentation today is entitled To the World with Fictional Languages, in which I am doing a social linguistic analysis on fictional languages for my research paper. It is important for me to inform everybody that this is not a complete paper. It is still a work in progress since I technically haven't started my final year project. But in this presentation, I'm just going to be presenting what I have, and which is quite a lot. So please bear with me. All right, so for my introduction, I will be introducing the concept of sociolinguistics. So what exactly is sociolinguistics? In its essence, sociolinguistics is the branch of linguistics that deals with the development of language based on social factors, and social linguistics. According to Holmes in 2013, they defined sociolinguistics as the study of the relationship between language and society, with the interest to explain why people speak differently according to different social contexts, and to identify the functions of language and the ways it is used to convey social meaning. So language development, under sociolinguistics, since it studies on language development, it varies around numerous social factors, some of which the general ones are ethnicity, religion, status, gender, level of education, and etc. So these factors are used to categorize individual in socio or socioeconomic classes. So in shorter terms, the way somebody is identified as, it influences the people around them, or the environment's perception of how they speak or how they use language. So under sociolinguistics are two branches of the study, which will be analyzed in my study. First being interactional linguistics, which is the subdivision of sociolinguistics focusing on conversation analysis and social interaction, hence interactional linguistics, analyzing interaction. And the second one is variational linguistics, which is the subdivision of sociolinguistics in regards to regional, social, and contextual differences in ways which the language is used. So this is in regards to dialects, accents, how the environment influences the change in speech patterns within an individual or a community as a whole. So as for fictional languages, which is the main focus of my study, what are fictional languages? So fictional languages, also known as artificial languages or constructed languages, shortened as conlangs, are languages created for use in fictional environments, widely seen in pop culture, such as in movies, video games, and etc. So some of these, some conlangs are even created not for the use of in media, but there are communities who create their own set of languages for communication with each other. So it's completely hobby-based, in other words. So fictional languages, some of them are created based on existing languages plus made-up vocabulary, which means that they take influence from languages that already exist, like English, like mostly Asian languages and North American languages, European languages, plus they make up their own words from that and merge them to create their own language. And some of these languages are created entirely from scratch, that there might be some influences by real languages, but the main foundation of it is completely made up. So the use of fictional languages, the existence of fictional languages are made more possible now with the availability of outlets in recent times that allow people to learn these languages, especially those that are widely known in the pop culture scene. So for example, in Duolingo, they actually offer a course for users to learn fictional languages from Star Trek and from Game of Thrones, which are High Valyrian and Klingon. So the availability of these platforms, including like online dictionaries and fan-based analysis, and how they are able to come up with websites detailing these fictional languages like they are real languages, it suggests that in-depth research has been made in terms of further studying its morphology and other linguistic aspects, and not just limited to translating them from that language to English or other understandable languages that we know today. So again, fictional languages are widely known to be created by authors and game developers, especially to add substance to their fictional environments in their media. So it's the same as the use of language in general. Language as we know today, language it actually adds the flavor to a culture or to a heritage or even to a country. Such as in Malaysia, we have so many languages. We're not just limited to strictly Bahasa Melayu. We're not just limited to strictly English, Chinese, Tamil, and so on and so forth. We have, technically, we can consider our Rojak language a constructed language because it's a merge of all these different languages, and it is very specific and very distinguishable for us as Malaysians. We use it as like sort of our universal language to communicate with each other. So understanding the environment of its usage, understanding the environment of its use contributes to giving the language context and meaning. So when in the creation process of fictional languages, which is the primary focus, the primary theme of my paper, it is to analyze like what environmental factors, both socially and geographically, contribute to the creation and to the substantiality of these fictional languages. So an example of a considerably successful attempt of creating a fictional language that is fully functional in terms of its evolution in community contact is the language of Elvish from the Lord of the Rings series by J.R.R. Tolkien. For my literature review, I have managed to so far analyze fictional languages and social linguistics from 3 papers. So what I can deduce from these 3 papers are, the first is that conlangs are constructed based on linguistic practicality, based on a short study done by Harness in 2019. So to summarize their research, they mentioned that the intention to create a language conlangers have the intention to create a language that is easily understood and learned by everybody, and they also have this larger ambition to make these conlangs a world language, but unfortunately there is minimal success due to the dispreference of the masses towards a universal language. The argument was that language is sort of like a distinctive factor between a people. So to have a language that is collectively known by everybody, it makes everybody no different from the other person. So the second part that was mentioned in this paper was that conlangers, those who want to create constructed languages, they require the ability to field all expectations of all those involved in the intended use of their language. They have to have the ability to create understandable language suitable for the tone and the environment of its usage. And they must have the ability to properly network the project in order to get a fresh set of eyes to refine and review its usability. So for example, let's say I am a conlanger and I have this extensive knowledge of creating a language, of creating a fictional language, but it may be usable and understandable to me because I'm the one who created it. And if I were to peer review it with my other linguistically aligned friends, they might also find it understandable. But if I were to extend it, if I were to give my constructed language to somebody who is completely out of the zone of linguistic knowledge, they might not find it usable. They might not find it as practical as we do because their knowledge of linguistic abilities are very limited. So it is important for peer reviewing from both the professional and from the viewpoint of an outsider. So the third point in this study was that basic language construction starts with its development of its phonetics, developing a writing system, and then further moving on to its grammatical and phonological rules. And then the last point, which a lot of people tend to create it first, is to actually name the language. So the development of a writing system and the grammar rules are important for the morphological and the semantic development of the language. And also it also further contributes to its generation of vocabulary. For the second paper I used for my literature review, it talks about the influences of language on an environment and vice versa by Sams 2016. So in this paper, it states that language requires context, whether it be the history or the background of the settings, the speakers, and also languages that they have encountered prior to this constructed language that we are working on. Reference to culture or constructed culture in other words, the fictional land that the language is being used in, is also built upon understanding aspects of conlang that may or may not be necessary. So in this sense, it's trying to say that when constructing a language, it doesn't have to adhere to every single aspect of a natural language. So it can omit some parts of it if it's not necessary to the development of the world or to the development of the story or the characters or whatever it is intended use. Next is how the environment and language would influence each other in various aspects, particularly through social aspects such as in the user's behavior or the user's relationships, and the geographical, which relate to, like I mentioned just now, with the interactional and the variational. It relates to regional accents and dialects if present. So this paper also made a comparison of this analysis to natural language, in which it mentions that it also has to take into account the reception and perception by speakers of languages that already exist. Like how would they perceive this fictional language should they come across it? And also the adherence to real language rules and theories, and what the purpose of its creation, what its creation is. Like, does it actually fulfill its purpose of its creation? Does it actually add substance to the world that it is being used in? So the third paper that I used for this research is more specific to linguistic theory, which is the application of set theories and concepts, particularly Greenberg's linguistic universals by Destrel 2016. So this paper observed conlangs following a concept by linguist Joseph Greenberg as a set of facts that are true theoretically for all natural languages. So this theory basically has around 45 set rules analyzed by 30 real languages, and these rules are said to be applicable to all languages that exist today. However, it can be said that this study itself, the concept itself, isn't that much accurate because it only focused on 30 languages, whereas the languages of the world are near infinite. So this paper tested the validity of conlangs to find similarities and differences to natural languages based on the degree of its adherence to these concepts. So the results of the paper showed that some fictional languages adhered to most of the concepts listed by Greenberg, but some didn't, which concludes that conlangs do not necessarily have to adhere to rules of natural language. It can be solely based on a completely different set of rules, or it cannot adhere to any rules at all. So in addition to that, conlang construction is based on the suitability to the place and the people, or in other words, its nativity and the creator's own knowledge of the language, which is mostly unavoidably influenced by natural language, whether it is consciously or unconsciously so. Which leads me to my problem statement of my paper. It's not showing up. Wait, I'm sorry, what is happening? Uh-oh. I'm sorry, is it showing up for you guys on your screen? Okay, there it is. Okay, so which brings me to my problem statement, in which I concluded that it still remains that fictional languages are mainly only studied through surface level linguistics and not as in-depth as natural languages. So by researching fictional languages from a deeper perspective of sociolinguistic theories such as Bernstein's code theory, Lebow's variability concept, and etc., my study, aims to add on to the studies of sociolinguistics in terms of the development of fictional languages. So my objectives and the significance of my study. The objective of my study is to study the developmental process of fictional languages in consideration of social context. That is pretty obvious. The second objective that I have is to study fictional languages based on the two branches of social linguistics that I mentioned prior, which were interactional and variational linguistics. And next is to create awareness on the social aspect of fictional language development. So I came up with this objective because I realized when reading through all the resources that I have and from going through all the websites that I got to make my annotations and all, the focus was very heavy on its grammar and its word processing and its vocabulary and such, but not a lot on its variations in use when it comes to social context or social events. Like, is there a difference in intonation? Is there a difference in emphasis or difference in vocabulary when interacting with people of different classes or different formalities? So that is why my paper exists. So for my research questions, what are the social factors that are taken into consideration when structuring a language? What are the conditions that should be fulfilled by a fictional language for it to be properly studied in either interactional or variational linguistics? And how does my research contribute to raising awareness towards sociolinguistics in fictional languages? So up to this point, it can be summarized that I'm trying to figure out how conlangers specifically in languages, in fictional languages that are very, very well known to the people, like that in Star Trek and that in Game of Thrones, like what is the social factors that they took into consideration when creating a language that is so widely known to the people? Of course, it has to exist, right? So next, the significance of my study is, it's not showing up on screen. I'm so sorry. Give it a second. Ew. All right. So the significance of my study is that my study aims to highlight the importance of including conlangs in the study of sociolinguistics, in which in my perspective, it benefits to knowing the differences between a constructed language that is fresh from our human conscious, and compared to natural languages that we are already born to understand. The second significance is that it is exploring possible reasons as to why conlangs are not included in the study of sociolinguistics in regards to its societal reception. So there might be any aspects that conlangs fall short that make them not eligible to be studied properly in sociolinguistics, that it's not taken seriously in the study of sociolinguistics. And the last significance is that it highlights the importance of sociolinguistics in the construction of conlangs. So as for my methodology and framework, give it a second, I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness. Why is it not showing up on screen? Okay. All right, I hope it's showing the methodology and theoretical framework slide now, because it's not showing up for me. This is getting annoying. Right. Okay. I'm very sorry for the technical difficulty. Good job, yeah. I'm gonna reshare my screen. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right. So as for my methodology and my theoretical framework, the approach I took was a inductive qualitative research in which the data that I will collect, the data collected will be used to explore further concepts and further possible areas of research. And this approach was chosen due to the nature of my research, which aims to research further into lesser studied areas of the construction of conlangs. My study is mainly qualitative, and I'm not particularly focusing on getting a audience to give their opinion on it. It's pretty much thoroughly research based, and it requires a lot of reading. So the types of data applied, the core samples that I plan to use are, in terms of what languages I want to use in my research, are Simlish from the video game series The Sims, and Klingon from the movie series Star Trek. So the secondary resources, obviously, I will be using published research papers, books, and niche articles. Like I mentioned before, there are a lot of articles made for these languages from the fans of these two pieces of media that have pretty much in-depth research on it. So I'm going to take some information from that and compare it with my own notes. And other methods that I will be using in following my research is that I will be actually taking the Duolingo course. We've been mentioning Duolingo quite a lot today. Duolingo course, the Klingon course, like I mentioned just now, that was available. Watching the actual Star Trek movie to analyze its usage in terms of interactions and the kind of environment the languages are being used in. And as for Sims, the actual gameplay of the video game, to see the characters' interactions with each other and how it influences the way that they speak. So here are some samples that I found that pretty much influenced my selection of Simlish and Klingon as the core samples for my study. Because Simlish and Klingon are both pretty much established languages. Like Simlish has its own writing system from A to Z, and Klingon, there is an entire website dedicated to translating and transcribing Klingon as a language. Like this website has tables detailing its phonetics and its phonology, and it even has its own IPA table. So that's really cool. Needless to say, there are a lot of resources that we can find online to aid with my research. So as for my theoretical framework, which I constructed based on Dr. Jessica Sam's view on content construction, 2016, I've separated it into two branches. First being its importance in terms of social linguistics, and second being its importance in terms of basic linguistics. So at the very top, content construction is based on environment and setting to be used in, and its linguistic practicality that has already been covered in my previous explanations. So in the first tier, separated into two, the first tier on the left of the screen, aspects of pre-existing conlines that are relevant to sociolinguistics. So here I will be analyzing conlines that have already existed prior in media, or whether for personal use, and I will be extracting any similarities or differences or any particular aspects of it that stand out in contribution to its creation. And for the right side is the view that basic linguistics is used as a frame for content construction, much like when we are studying natural languages. So on the second tier is the aspects of conlines that would be influenced by environment or the setting it is made to be used in. So this is, as aforementioned, such as in relationships, behavior, social interactions, the places that they have been, or their emotions when they are communicating. So these are the kind of things that could be possible factors to why a certain conline is constructed that way, or why a certain conline uses different kinds of vocabulary to express different ideas. And on the right side is categorizing conlines based on grammatical properties, such as if ever there are standardized versions of that conlines or any colloquial versions of that conline, should it be included. So at the bottom part of the framework, so bottom line is that the creation of conlines is going to be studied by taking into consideration of further linguistics. So even social linguistics itself, it's pretty much an elaborated, or it's pretty much a subcategory of linguistics that people don't really pay much attention towards when studying linguistics as a whole. So because my paper is still a work in progress, I haven't been able to conduct much research, but here are the predicted outcomes of my research based on what I have so far. So first, I've concluded it into 3 points, in which the first point is that sociolinguistic attributes that are used to only study natural languages do actually apply to research in constructed languages, and therefore sociolinguistics in con languages hold the same degree of importance. The second one is that linguistic studies should include conlines to provide new perspectives, as as I mentioned before, when conlines do not necessarily have to adhere to set theories or set concepts that have already pre-established, this defiance, if I could say, this defiance towards the set theory provides a new perspective towards studying sociolinguistics, whether or not these theories and concepts are accurate enough to analyze language in general. Which brings me to the third point, in which language in general are ever-evolving entities, both conlines and both in natural languages. They are both ever-evolving entities that cannot be permanently tied down following a set of rules and theories, in which when new languages are created, that means new rules arise and old rules go invalid. And even the language that we are using right now, the emergence of new vocabularies, new colloquialism, new uses, new media languages, some of the things that we say or do that we may think that are correct right now do not adhere to the linguistic theories that we've learned prior. So it's not exactly fair and or accurate to tie down language to a certain adherence to a set of theories, because language is infinite. Which brings me to the conclusion of my presentation. It's supposed to be the thank you slide now. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness, this is horrible. Okay, which brings me to the conclusion of my slide of my slides for today. I apologize greatly for the technical difficulties, and I am now opening the floor to questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Khadija, for that very insightful presentation. Do we have any questions for Ms. Khadija? I'll give it a good 20-30 seconds for you guys to type or come up with your question.
Mr. Chairperson, I don't have a question. I just like to share with everybody who's paying attention at the moment. You know, for all these artificial languages, the people who create them, these linguists who create them for TV shows, etc., they are paid very greatly, you know. For Dothraki, that is the language in the Games of Thrones. I'm sure that some of you have watched the series Games of Thrones, where there is a tribe that has this language, Dothraki. So it was actually a linguist was paid to develop that, right? So they are paid quite well, you know. And these languages, they evolve. So I would just like to quote one word, one phrase that is from, this isn't Dothraki, but this is from the Game of Thrones. It's called, it's Vala Morgulis. It's high Valerian. It's supposed to mean all men must die. That is all my sharing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the job reference from Ms. Razia. And do we have any more questions for Ms. Khadija?
I got no question, don't worry. But I just amazed by how interesting it is to study the language. Because I major in psychology, but we study humans, and I never know studying language is so deep. It's so like complex also. So yeah, your research kind of opened up my perspectives, and yeah, really appreciate your effort.
Thank you. In all honesty, when coming out with this research topic, I knew I wanted to do something in relation to languages, but like you said, like language is such a vast area that if I were to settle on one, I wouldn't actually be satisfied with being okay with studying one thing. So the reason that I chose sociolinguistics, other than the fact that I wanted to fill in a certain gap, was that I think that language relates a lot with human interaction. It obviously relates a lot to human interaction. So it's quite surprising to see sociolinguistics sort of be at the bottom tier of linguistics. So yeah, that is what I aim to fulfill with the development of my paper.
Okay, do we have any more last few questions, statements, compliments, job references that we have for Ms. Khadija?
Thank you, Ms. Melissa.
All right, if we don't have any more questions, we shall move on to the next speaker. So our next presenter is Miss May Sandrinhura with her title, The Effect of Fear and Missing Out on Phubbing Behavior in Youth. I might be pronouncing that wrong, but let's welcome Miss May.
Hello everyone, can you hear me clearly? Yeah, before that, maybe okay, thank you, AK. You give me a hand. Okay. First of all, I want to say I'm grateful to be a part of this program, the first student international conference by Tunku Abdul Rahman University College from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And it's such an honor to be here right now. To every visitor who has interesting research.
Hi, Miss May. I think it's a bit hard to hear you. Maybe it's the earphone problem.
Okay, maybe. How about right now?
Yeah, nah,
Can
this is
you hear me
better.
clearly?
Yeah, nah, this is good. Yeah.
Okay, what I want to say is I'm so grateful to be here right now to be a part of this program, the first student international conference held by Tunku Abdul Rahman University College from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I listening to the previous presenter who have great research and also interesting to have more knowledge today. And today before I continue to presenting my research, maybe it will be great if we can know each other. At least you know my name. So let me introduce my name. My name is May Sandrinhura. You can call me May. I am a psychology student from Esa Unggul University, Jakarta, Indonesia. And the topic of my research that I want to share to you right now is the effect of fear of missing out on phubbing behavior in adolescents. Talking about my topic, before I explaining further for you guys, I would like to ask one question for each participant here. You can answer this question in your own thought, but please listen to my question very carefully. The question is, what's the first thing you look for in the morning, or what's the thing stand beside next to you right now? I give you 3 seconds to answer this question. 1, 2, 3, time out. Okay. I do not want to be a mind reader, but I guess you have your own answer right now. And I'm pretty sure that most of us will answer this question as a smartphone. Because for me, every morning, the first thing I touch, the first thing I'm looking for is smartphone. Whether just to check what time it is or just to turn off the alarm because it's bothering me in the morning. And actually, talking about my topic of my research, this cannot be separate from the presence of smartphone in the life of every human being in the current era. Please, to the next slide. Okay, thank you.
Hi, Miss May. Everyone is requesting that you speak a little bit closer to the mic.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I try my best. Well, I continue my presentation. Actually, the number of smartphone users in the world in 2019, it was recorded at 3.2 billion, up to 5.6% from the previous year, based on Purparisa 2020. And in Indonesia, in my country, the number of smartphone users in 2019, there were 92 million people, based on Damasinta 2019. Actually, the large number of smartphone users is inseparable from the various benefits offered by smartphone. One of them is that we can access the internet anywhere and anywhere. And with the ease of internet access, everyone can easily take advantage of the various kinds that are on their smartphone. One of them is social media. Actually, I know that there are a lot of social media applications right now. such as Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, Line, WhatsApp, etc. Please, to the next slide. And I discovered in my country from the survey conducted by the Central Statistic Agency in 2018, we can know that the one of the group that use internet and the most access media social is adolescents. Actually, according to Harlock, adolescence is basically a transitional period that leaves the age of childhood that is full of dependency, but has not been able to become a stronger and more responsible age. Ideally, according to Harlock, adolescent developmental tasks are focused on achieving new, more mature relationships with peers of the opposite sex, achieving social roles, accepting their physical condition, etc. But in reality right now, with social media, every teenager can do many things such as live streaming, showing their activity to their friends out there, playing online games, listening to the music, watching movie to the Netflix with just by using Netflix, and doing various other interesting things. And even if you ask teenager, it's better to leave their wallet or smartphone behind. I'm pretty sure they will choose to leave their wallet behind instead of a smartphone. What does it mean? It means that the various interesting feature over by smartphone make teenagers become attached to use smartphone continuously, make teenagers becomes more individualistic and ignores the surrounding environment and finds difficulty to control their smartphone use. And until in the end, according to research conducted by Robert and David, we can know that 17% of 143 respondents did popping. Please to the next slide. Okay, the next question right now is, what exactly the meaning of popping? Before I answer this question, I want to ask for you guys, did you ever heard about pubbing before? How about you, YK? Mr. YK? Did you ever hear about pubbing before?
No, I haven't.
Okay, it's good because today I will explain it to you so it will give you an insight and more knowledge. Talking about the definition of pubbing, according to Karadak et al. In 2030, pubbing can be described as an individual looking at his or her mobile phone during a conversation with other individuals. A conversation dealing with the mobile phone and escaping from interpersonal communication. One indication that someone is doing pubbing is by pretending to pay attention to the other person, but his gaze is on the smartphone. As you can see in the picture that I attached in my slide, you can see the woman in the picture is ignored by the man because the man is focused on the smartphone. Actually, this indication has an impact on the lack of feeling of belongings, so that it can affect the perception of communication quality and social satisfaction. A person becomes neglected. Even according to research from Wang et al. In 2017, pubbing can cause a person to experience depression. From this, we can say that even though pubbing looks trivial, looks easy, looks small, it actually has a very significant impact on every human life who experiences it and who does it. Why do pubbing happen? Actually, there are many factors that can influence pubbing can happen in our social life, including social media addiction, game addiction, mobile phone addiction, internet addiction, and so on. But according to Chopita Yasuno and Douglas in 2016, one of the factors that influence pubbing is fear of missing out, or we can call as FOMO. The definition of FOMO, according to Zibelski, is characterized by the desire to stay continually connected with others are doing. So, in order to to stay connected with others, teenagers tend to check their smartphone all the time. But in reality, this one can make an impact. This one can make them feel exhausted, feels frustration, stress, feelings of isolation and loneliness, and also doing pubbing. Please to the next slide. Okay, as you can see in my slide, when a teenager have a high FOMO, he will feel anxious and afraid being ignored when he doesn't know what his friends are doing right now. And he has a strong urge to continually check social media using his smartphone. And in end up doing pubbing, unable to control his smartphone, ignore the other person, pretend to listen, but his attention is focused on the smartphone and finds very difficult to separate from the smartphone. Vice versa, when a teenager have a low FOMO, he will not feel anxious and restless if he knows his friends are having fun without him. He will not feel afraid of being ignored, and they able to control their curiosity, and they end up not doing pubbing, able to control the use of smartphone, not ignoring the other person, able to focus on the context of the conversation so that he can respond to the other person more freely. After explaining this all to you guys, in my research, I have my hypothesis that is there is an effect of fear of missing out on pubbing behavior in adolescents. And to prove my hypothesis, I do have a method research. Please to the next slide. Okay, thank you. First, talking about my method research, my research can be categorized as a causal, comparative, quantitative, non-experimental. For the population in my research is all Indonesian teenagers. For the sample amounted to 100 teenagers. And for sampling technique, I use non-probability purposive sampling because in this research, I determined several characteristics of the population that could be sampled in my research. For the instrument, I use a Likert scale, which is made in the form of a questionnaire, and to score the questionnaire, I distinguish between favorable item and also unfavorable item. Please to the next slide. Okay, for the scale, in the questionnaire, I adapted from Thousand research with reliability value 0.8441. And for the fear of missing out scale, I adapted from ASME research in 2019 with the reliability value is 0.807. Please to the next slide. Okay, talking about the data analysis, I use descriptive statistical tests to find out the demography data about my respondent. Then I did what is called a normality test using Kolmogorov-Smirnov to find out whether my scale distribution is normal or not. To prove the hypothesis, I use a simple linear regression test. And next, I did the categorization using categorization to group my respondent based on the average value. And finally, I did what is called the cross-tabulation test. Please to the next slide. Well, as a result, you can see in my slides that in my research, there are more female respondents than male respondents. Furthermore, the majority of teenagers are aged 19 years. Teenagers who come from Java are the most in my respondent. For the duration of smartphone use, it is known that the most number of my respondents are teenagers who use their smartphone more than 8 hours a day. Please, next slide. Okay. Related to the use of social media, those who use for social media are the most respondent. Then I also find out about what activity are mostly done on social media. And it is known that the most teenagers do on social media is scrolling timeline. And the most used application is WhatsApp. Please to the next slide. Okay. The result of the normality test using Kolmogorov-Smirnov show that my two data variables were normally distributed. Therefore, a simple linear regression test can be carried out. The result of the simple linear regression test showed a significancy of less than 0.05. This means that there is an effect of fear of missing out on padding. To see the effect of independent variable on dependent variable, is it positive or negative, we can see from the coefficient result, which show that the influence in my research is categorized as a positive. It means that the higher fear of missing out, the more teenager doing pubbing. On the other hand, the lower fear of missing out, the teenager don't do pubbing. And the amount of fear of missing out contribution to pubbing is 5.6%. Please to the next slide. Okay, to the categorization result, as we can see that in my in my research, respondent have the more my respondent is have high fear of missing out and doing pubbing. Please to the next slide. According to cross-tabulation test, pubbing based on gender, we can see that a female are more not doing pubbing. Pubbing based on smartphone usage duration, we can see that the longer duration of smartphone used by teenager, the more teenager doing pubbing. To the next slide. Okay, pubbing based on social media use, we can see that a respondent who use 3 social media and more than 5 social media are most doing pubbing. Next. Okay, now we end up in conclusion. As I mentioned before in my research, the hypothesis is accepted, which is we can say that there is an effect, fear of missing out on pubbing in adolescence. And the significancy is less than 0.05. So when a teenager feel curious about what others doing outside there, feel curious about what is happening right now, and feel afraid being ignored in their social life, they will tend to check their smartphone continuously. And without realize that behavior, they try to use their smartphone while they are in a conversation with others. And they end up doing pubbing. And when they doing pubbing, they can focus on the person who talking with them. Their focus is, or their attention is focused on their smartphone. And they will feel difficulty to separate it from their smartphone. And talking about the other point that we can take from my research is the other point, smartphone actually is not a bad thing for us. Actually, this is a good thing that ever exists in our daily life. Why I can say that? Because with smartphone we can do a lot of activity. We can communicate with others outside there, and we can do we can have a lot of fun activity with smartphone. Even right now, just by using my smartphone, I can be a part and join this program. I can listen to every presenter to presenting their research just by using smartphone. But when you cannot use your smartphone wisely, the smartphone becomes a bad thing that controlling you and your behavior. I ever heard about one quote saying like this: something are up to us, something are not up to us. Maybe you cannot control the person who are using smartphone while they talking with you, but you can be the one who have right to decide whether you want to be that person or not. Also, you have right to be the one who control your smartphone. In other words, do to others what you want others do to you. So the last one for me is please use your smartphone wisely. Please to the next slide. And that's all for my research today, for my presentation. And if you have any question, feel free to ask. And if you want to discuss a lot of things, discuss about my research, you can connect it with me with my LinkedIn. You just put my name in Google screening, May Sandrine Hura, and you will find me there. And also you can reach me out in my Instagram account, even though I do not use Instagram very frequently because right now I am doing the dopamine detox to create my mental health better. And the last one for me is please stay happy, stay healthy, and be the best version of you. That's all. I say thank you. Okay. Please take it over, Mr. Wiki.
All right, thank you very much, Miss May Sandrine Hura, on the wonderful presentation. So let us now move on to the Q&A session. Anyone has questions on phubbing? Thing that affects a lot of our daily lives. Yes, Miss Ratia.
Hello, May. Thank you for your presentation. Okay. How is Indonesia now? Is it raining?
Oh, actually, right now is very gorgeous. The weather is very gorgeous.
The weather is very gorgeous. Okay. Now, when we talk about phubbing, right? How do you see the phenomena will be in years to come? Do you see people will stop doing phubbing? Do you think there is a possibility for people to stop doing it? Do you think there is human nature, right? Do you think it will be accepted socially in the future? Now it is not that accepted. You are considered rude if you do phubbing, if you phub, right? But how do you see it in the future? Because a society changes, manners evolve, what is acceptable is evolving. So how do you see it?
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Rasha, for your great question. Actually, about my opinion about phubbing in the several years for the future, I think phubbing it will still exist. And the question is it possible if phubbing will be acceptable in the future? I think maybe maybe this one will be acceptable, maybe. Because why I can say like that, every human will be adapted to this phenomena. So when somebody talking to them while they are using their smartphone, maybe in the future this one can be acceptable.
Thank you, May.
Thank you, Ms. Raisa.
Okay, thank you for the question and the answers. Do we have any more questions for Miss May? Anyone? Okay, if we don't have any more questions, then thank you again, Miss May Sandrine Hura, on the presentation. All right, it is now 1:32 p.m. Let us now have our lunch break so that we may feel more energetic and refreshed for the second round of presentations. So I would like to remind all of you, presenters and participants, to be back in the Google Meet by 2:30 p.m. Participants, you will be required to fill in the attendance form again for the afternoon session. So it's around a 55-minute break, around a 1 hour break. All right. All right, so see you guys in an hour. Thank you very much. Hi everyone, we'll begin in 5 minutes. All right, welcome back everyone. I hope that you're all here. And I hope that you all had a good lunch and are all refreshed and ready to go for the second round of the presentations. So all participants are reminded to fill in the attendance form using the Google form link that will be posted in the chat box. And ladies and gentlemen, before we begin with our presentations with the students, I would like to invite our second keynote speaker for today, Dr. Ratnawati Susanto from University Esa Unggul, Jakarta, Indonesia. Dr. Ratnawati's field of specialization are education management, human resource management, and educational curriculum and technology. She's currently the Deputy Dean of the Fakulti Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan (FKIP) at Esa Unggul University in Jakarta. She's also part of the editorial board of the EduScience Journal of Educational Sciences since 2016. She currently has an astonishing 126 research journal publications to date. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Ratnawati Susanto to deliver her speech, Learning Organization, a transformation to process to build self-capacity and capability.
Yeah, thank you so much. Greeting and good evening, and stay healthy for all of us. The Honorable President Professor Insinyur Dr. Lisa Wei, Dean of Faculty Dr. Katiani A.P. Sanmugam, Deputy Dean of Faculty Cik Ratsia Binti Nasir. First keynote speaker Prof. Ananda Kumar A.L. Paraniapan Tariusi. Coordinator of the conference, Dr. Rosli Sawati Binti Taib, all committee members of Tariusi First FSSF International Student Conference 2020. Greeting and gratitude to the presence of the Almighty God who give grace and blessing to us so we can gather in this virtual meeting for International Student Conference of Social Science and Humanities this year. First of all, please allow me to express my deepest appreciation for Faculty for Science and Humanities Tunku Abdul Rahman University College, who has organized this activity and giving a chance and trust to become the part for key speaker for this activity. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dr. Ratnawati Susanto, SPD MM MPD, from Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Esa Unggul University. Teacher Training Program and Education in Jakarta, Indonesia. Through this opportunity, let me to convey the study and discussion for college students about learning organization, a transformation process to build self-capacity and capability. Dear audience, in the development of our human life, we can't escape from conditions and situations that keep growing rapidly with development of science and technology. The development that occurs requires us as an individual to always align with abilities. The word abilities can't let go as a process from learning outcome that causes us for grow and evolve. This thing of course closely relate with human character as Homo educandum and rational animal and education as a part which facilitates. The educational role very essential in forming human through a civilizing and empowerment process in order to actualizing young age human potential become adult human who interact with their dignity, also have capacity and capability. The driving force in the process is largely determined by the roles and function of educational institutions, educator and student. The educational interaction between the three forms as learning organization and vice versa. The learning organization become a vehicle that form educational interaction. So, the learning organization become a transformation process to build the capacity and self-capability of educator and student. My beloved audience, talking about learning organization, then we educator and students are the part that give color to the campus as a learning organization. What color do we put in it? How does campus life with governance color us as part of the learning organization? The concept of learning organization can be interpreted as a part of a group consisting of people who consistently and continuously make learning efforts to develop their abilities individually and together in the face of changes and development in the world. And this becomes part of a new paradigm. These changes in development needs to be anticipated with a dynamic perspective from all members of the learning organization. This shows the meaning that learning organizations are dynamic, needs to be grown and developed. But educator and student as part of organization that can be individual and group also need to always learn and group to accompany the growth of the organization. The meaning of the organization is a definite picture that the organization is skilled in designing, acquiring, and transferring knowledge and modify new behavior that are expected as a form of having new knowledge or insights and skills. A learning organization is a learning entity where members of the organization will continuously expand their capacity to obtain good results, superior results with the acquisition of new thinking, new pattern, new model produced as a collaborative research. Talking about the concept of a learning organization, there are three important aspects that need to be the focus of attention. That are the first important aspect. The organization is always able to provide new and updated ideas, thoughts, and information which can be sourced from the surrounding environment through individual self-development and other relevant sources. Organizations must be able to provide a platform that supports the growth of individual abilities to be critical and creative in generating new ideas. These new ideas and thoughts are the result of someone thinking in an effort to produce a new way. How can we individual or as a group do this ability? So the scientific forum needs to be formed as an organization. Among others, through the establishment of a scientific communication forum, provide for its individual. For example, scientific forum provide to share and seek new ideas, include International Student Conference from TAUC Malaysia 2022 and Student Voice and Sharing from FKIP Universitas Esa Unggul Jakarta, Indonesia 2021. Both the International Student Conference and Student Voice and Sharing are one of the platforms provided by campus organizations as organization forms that are able to provide new and updated ideas, thoughts, and information. Furthermore, regarding SVS that is organized by FKIP Esa Unggul University from Jakarta, Indonesia, to accommodate new ideas, thoughts, and updated information. The provision of the forum is carried out by establishing the SVS, which is the campus structural authority in the position of vice dean for grow, provide, and distribute new ideas, thoughts, and information from internal students. While the provision of the latest information is carried out by determining the latest topic. We can come from source of environmental idea. For example, SPS topic, student achievement related to MBKM program. For us to know together that the MBKM program is the nomenclature of the Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka or Merdeka Learning Campus Merdeka, which is a higher education level program under the Ministry of Education and Culture, Research and Technology, or Kemendikbud Research and Technology of the Unitary State of the Republic of Indonesia, which was initiated by the Minister of Education and Culture, Research and Technology for the 2019 until 2024 period, Mr. Nadiem Makarim. This program provides a scheme that trains students self-development nationally and internationally in order to facilitate the formation of learning experiences that hone students' soft skill and hard skill beyond the limit of the learning experience just in the lecture hall. The second important aspect is that knowledge about new ideas and information should be transferable for all elements in the organization. The learning process to grow and develop need to be supported by providing learning conditions. Learning can occur if there is a transfer through the sharing of learning experiences, either in the form of knowledge, skill, or attitude. Then, organization growth will occur if each individual in each element in equal learning, growing, and developing. It can be stated that a learning organization can grow if all the individuals are also learning, growing, and developing. Through the process of transferring learning experiences, we support that concept of the first important aspect that we discussed. The third important aspect is the occurrence of changes in organization behavior as a result of new knowledge received. The meaning of learning is the occurrence of a relatively permanent change in behavior and is the result of a process that is not instant. Change is possible if the result of new knowledge, skill, and attitude are integrated in every action and positive problem solving. When everyone has thought, acts, and behaved by applying the new capabilities, the organization has undergone a change or transformation. If these three important aspects become a process and flow of action taken by each individual in campus academic life, the campus will become a learning organization that makes its organization a transformation process to build individual and organization capacities and capabilities. How can the process of building this capacity and capability continue to be maintained and inspire every individual in the organization? What and how are these capacities and capabilities? Capacity is the space or size available and contain an understanding that includes current capabilities. Meanwhile, capability includes the ability to improve the existing capability at the time. Organizations need to provide a challenge for individuals who are in it to have the will, freedom, independence, and ability to increase their capacity. Increasing self-capability will inspiring the ability to achieve higher goals. Step in building self-capacity and capability as a transformation process in our campus as a learning in organization need to be done through self-leadership. Therefore, effective self-leadership is needed, which is able to lead in varied and different ways. Leadership is not just an authority from the leader to the party being led, but rather everyone can have effective self-leadership. So, as to create effort to build themselves individually and in organization. In this process of building capacity and capability as a transformation process that takes place in learning organization, space is needed for an attitude of trust and openness, which occur between individual and their organization. Do we believe in our campus? The basic attitude becomes important for students in carrying out the transformation process in learning organization in order to build their own capacity and capability. Self-leadership indicates the individual have the ability to motivate and design their knowledge, skill, and attitude in the form of action so that they can carry out their job duties and responsibility very well and with quality. Self-leadership is effective in building self-capacity and capability as a learning organization transformation process. And two, application of the 5 disciplines of knowledge, including system thinking, personal mastery, mental model, shared vision, and team learning. First, we will talk about the system thinking. When we have the ability to think in system, we will be able to build a relationship structure on various internal and external factors that exist in the environment. The ability to think in system signifies that we as individuals to think using a methodological frame of mind, have an order, have a sequence, and enter the stage of the decision-making process, and can be accounted for. This means that from thinking to making decision, individual will be able to see everything in a series of relationships as a system, which is interrelated with input and output function, as well as process and feedback. When these system thinking skills are trained, adaptive thinking skills will emerge, namely the ability to integrate adjustment when unexpected conditions occur. So, the student in campus organization should have the ability to think open system in order to be able to respond to any dynamic of development and change that include changes in various spheres and give birth to the ability to solve its problem well. When we want to solve a problem, then of course, we must be able to look at the problem broadly and not in divided parts at that are narrow. The way thinking becomes fundamental to the organization because the way of thinking affects the increase of individual capacities and capabilities. And now, personal mastery. Personal mastery becomes an ability and discipline to refer the individual ability to understand and organize his personal vision as an individual who continuously has the desire and ability to always learn in an effort to increase his capacity and capability. Through the personal mastery, an individual will have a great opportunity to have the ability to have superior competence in the competitive map of competition in the era of globalization. The era of competition for superior competence makes individuals to have personal mastery as a culture. Meaning as culture in a learning organization means the individual ability to integrate personal vision into one with organization vision. Thus, personal mastery becomes the basis for each individual increasing his personal capacity and capability to achieve its optimal result within the campus organization and without exception. This personal mastery demands a manifestation that individuals in the organization will become expert in their field of knowledge and realize a complete profile of graduate characteristics. Be aware of the self-image of its strengths and weaknesses, but also be able to take advantage of strengths and opportunities to excel and overcome weaknesses, and try to build competence as a leader and graduate profile. And now about mental model. Mental model is the ability to do reflective. That is, how individuals do reflection to find the principle and meaning of self-value and in harmony with the organization. Finding a form of true value meaning from the spirit, belief, and struggle together in an organization. Mental model reflect how a person thinks and has an understanding and basic why to thinking about the problem of hand and provide an in-depth and comprehensive understanding to explain why and how an individual in an organization determine an action or decision. The mental model become a map of how individuals apply an approach in solving the problem they face. Mental models are individual self-concept and are used in approaches to understanding and solving problems as well as making solutions and decisions on problems. Campus as an organization will have difficulty if students are not able to see reality, are not able to formulate value as a basis for thinking, if students are not able to see the existing organization problem. And now, shared vision. The shared vision needs to be built as an agreement. Shared vision is a reference for each individual moving toward achieving goals. Shared vision provides an opportunity to unite step and commitment between personal goals into organization goals, so that through a shared vision, no one thinks that increased capacity and capability is an individual achievement and not an organization. Through a shared vision, there is a basis for unifying commitment within the learning organization that every individual in it needed to learn, grow, and develop to increase their capacity and capability in accordance with their knowledge and expertise that are their area of interest to produce superior performance. Through a shared vision, there is a linear growth between individual and organization. For organization, shared vision become a profile and description or general picture of the organization itself, and become a mirror of the same characteristic possessed by individual, both in the form of sense of belonging, action, vision, mission, description, portrait of the future, commitment, motivation, at the same time, a portrait of its capacity and capability. And the last, about team learning. Team learning is a picture of a collaboration from a team, which has energy and synergy that radiate strongly. Synergy involves diversity, recognizing that each individual in it has a different and variant map of strength and skill, describing different capacities and capabilities as individual differences. Team learning provides ample opportunity that everyone can learn from each other by emphasizing its other strength and promoting the positive or its other strength and not highlighting or judging weaknesses. Everyone is encouraged to grow by taking advantage of their strength or strength by taking advantage of available opportunities, so that everyone will become great and excel in their respective field. Team learning puts forward each other together to learn and grow and recognize the greatness and excellence of each other. The condition attitude become a positive academic atmosphere for the growth of the campus as a learning organization for knowledge-able resources. The implementation of all effort in powering the campus as a learning organization that become a forum for the transformation process in increasing capacity and capability is considered to have run optimally if the campus as a learning organization has the following characteristics. 1. Each individual has a shared and integrated vision in carrying out their respective role and function. 2. Everyone feels bonded and need each other and think, act, and behave in a unified way as part of the organizational system. 3. There is openness and trust in communication and coordination, open dialogue space, feeling happy and willing to accept input and criticism. 4. Praising the interest and growth of the campus as a learning organization through increasing individual capacity and capability. Contribution and development of self-capacity and capability is intended for the benefit of organization and not only self-interest and needed. 5. Each individual is able to act with pattern of adaptive learning and proactive learning in the face of changing environmental conditions. 6. Each individual is not afraid to learn by trial and error and build the ability to become a knowledgeable generation through knowledge construction and learning experiences. And 7. Each individual is able to learn by process, learn fact, knowledge, process, procedure in the same and different situation to be applied in the search for new idea for the growth of self-capacity and capability toward organization capacity and capability. Learn how their role, function, and duties to increase the size of space and power to achieve goals, which become the channel of application after learning new fact, knowledge, process, and procedure. And learn to adopt innovation in dynamic situation. Try continuously with a focus on quality and continuous improvement. And learn how to learn by integrating learning experiences as a process and not only concerned with result, which means that it includes motivation, fighting power, critical thinking, creativity, innovation, collaboration, communication, and solve problems together. There is acceptance of a wrong action but minimize mistake. Deal with criticism and suggestion for improvement. There is a process of self-evaluation. And creating appreciation, reward, and consequential for yourself and the organization as part of a living and growing organizational governance. And the last, having the same meaning of value and principle and the formation of individual profile and learning organization as the measure of graduates. And I will send back to our moderator. Thank you for your attention. Good evening.
All right, thank you, Dr. Ratnawati. I'm sure everyone here has benefited greatly from your speech here today. So now let us proceed with our presentations. I would like to remind all of you, presenters, that you are given 15 minutes to present your research, and an additional 5 minutes will be allocated for the Q&A session. And all participants are encouraged to wait until the end of each presentation before asking any questions. And you may also type out any questions for the presenters in the chat box after they are finished. So let's start. Our first presenter is Miss Lee Xin Yi from TAR UC Malaysia with her research, The Influence of Instagram on Consumers' Travel Intentions. Welcome, Lee.
Yes, I'm sharing my slide. A moment. Okay, you all see my slide?
No, for now it's just a black screen.
Okay, a moment. Okay.
Yep, can see it.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lee Xing Yi from TAR UC. My research topic is the influence of Instagram on consumers' travel intentions. Today, travel intention has undergoing a transformation by adapting new technology and the trends available on internet. New media channels such as Facebook, YouTube, TripAdvisor, and Instagram has risen in popularity, it allowing consumers to play a more active role as market participant, and it can be accessed by anyone at any time. Evidently, vastness of social media is broad. A case study technique was chosen for the purpose of this research to have a more complete insight. After a careful study in terms of application launch date and prospect between different social media applications, this study concentrated on the newer social media application, Instagram. The report Instagram user has around 1.16 billion people in 2020, and the number of Instagram users will consistently grow. There were 26 million international tourists visit Malaysia in 2019. This research indicates that 67% found travel inspiration from Instagram, and 97% of the travelers are millennials. According to the statistic, 70% of the Instagram user is between 18 to 34 years old. The hashtag function allowed users search any travel information more easily. There are about 628 million posts on Instagram with the hashtag travel. Therefore, the research aimed to study the influence of Instagram contents on consumer travel intention in Malaysia context. These two tables show that there are some of the researchers focused on the impact of social media on product awareness, purchase decision, and the general acceptance of social media for traveling purpose. But limited of the research focused on the Instagram influencer on travel intention. Instagram is the rapid rising social media application. Researchers should try to incorporate more elements into travel intention study. Besides, there are some formal studies about social media platform influencer in other countries, such as Taiwan, Switzerland, Italy, and Indonesia. It is observed that the result may vary from country to country due to the factor like economic structure, demographic background, user culture, and behavior. Malaysia has a complete multiracial population which is predominantly made up of the three ethnic Malay, Chinese, and Indian. Therefore, the result of this study may be different from previous study. Thus, more research on how Instagram influences tourist travel intentions are needed to bridge the gap of study in the Malaysia context. This study will develop 5 research questions and 5 research objectives. For example, does novelty of content influence consumer travel intention? Then following with the research objective to examine the relationship between novelty of content and consumer travel intentions. Behavioral intention is referring to the project possibility of an individual who engage in certain form of behavior in a given context. In the tourism field, travel intention is defined as the traveler possibility to visit a destination. Some of the researchers argue that there are some reason action to increase the ability of behavioral intention. Travel intention can be affected by the destination image via social environment. Instagram view to be one of the user-generated content application is the important information source to stimulate consumer travel intention. Information relevant and attribute may reflect the user experience of the information, and the positive or negative experience may influence consumer on their travel intention. Novelty seeking is the vital element of travel motivation. Novelty is described by the term of curiosity, sensation, and exploratory drive. Novelty travel is referred to a travel marked by fresh and unfamiliar that differ from the previous life experience. Consumer may develop image creation if the information of the Instagram is judged to be new to them. Then the positive feeling would follow. Reliable information is defined as the content is perceived to be accurate and believable. The information reliability can be evaluated by the source credibility. Consumer may agree with the contents and pay more attention to it when they perceive the travel experience to be believable and accurate. Then it will increase the likelihood that the image formation process will continue. The source of the information would provide a simple guideline to the message recipient as to whether or not to receive with the message. Understandability is defined as the system practicality and user-friendly operation. Posts which provide with the photo and film to describe the trip experience will be easier to understand. The fancy expression and the use of jungle language might also negatively influence the perceived clarity of the message to the user. A destination image can only be created by the consumer when he or she experiences the Instagram is easy to read and understand. One of the informative attributes that help reader to determining the information is interestingness of content. Every traveler has their own unique idea to a journey. This unique insight helps to construct a distinctive image. After experiencing a destination, travelers construct a post-visit image that more realistic and may be different from the pre-visit image. The content can be very fascinating and attractive to the reader and stimulate experimental behavior. The process of the image creation is more likely to last for a longer time, and consumers are more to enjoy the social media usage. Last is the sense of content. Eyes are the sensory organ that gets greatest amount of information. Social media sites with high vividness might have strong impact on user experience to boost user interest, memory, and intention. Social media information mostly using photo and video which may stimulate the consumer sense and provide a pleasurable experience. In this regard, there are many researchers investigate the relationship between sense and user experience. This chart shows the research framework for this study. From the research framework, this study developed 5 hypotheses. For example, there is significant relationship between novelty of content and consumer travel intention, following by the reliability of content, understandability of content, interestingness of content, and sense of content. This study was using quantitative research method and convenience sampling method. In this study, 30 respondents collect for the pilot test and 324 usable questionnaires were gathered for the fieldwork. The questionnaire were distributed to respondents and collected in July 2021 for 2 weeks. The collected data then be transferred into statistic data using SPSS software to generate the result. The questionnaire is designed into 3 parts. Part A is demographic data, consists of 9 items. Part B is travel intentions. Part C is attribute of Instagram, which are novelty of contents, reliability, understandability, interestingness, and sense of contents. Part B and C were measured using 5-point Likert scale. The items selected for the constructs was adapted from the prior study as per the table shown. This study has gone through the pilot test to ensure the reliability and validity. 30 usable data were gathered for the pilot test. The combined alpha value for each variable is more than 0.8. It can conclude that the data is reliable and reach a very good level. The research finding observed that 71.6 respondents are from the range of 19 to 24 years old. 78.7% are the female respondents. Besides, 86.4 respondents are Chinese. 75% respondents travel 1 to 3 times per year before COVID-19, and 65.4% travel with their family. For the travel purpose, respondents are allowed to choose more than one option. Most of the respondents travel for lecture and recreation. Table 4.1 shows the summary statistic of factor analysis. The KMO value is 0.924. It can conclude that the data is sufficient for the validity of the study, as the value have fulfilled the rules of thumb and reached a marvelous level. This table shows the statistic of Pearson correlation coefficient. The results show that 5 attributes of Instagram content were significantly correlated with the consumer travel intentions. The regression test result for novelty of content toward consumer travel intention show the novelty of content is strongly correlated to travel intention, and the 43.7% consumer travel intention is explained by the novelty of content. Novelty of content is statistically significant at 0.01 level. Regression tests also conduct on other independent variables. This is reliability of contents toward travel intention. This is understandability of content towards travel intention, interestingness of content towards travel intention, and the last is sense of content towards travel intentions. This table shows the summary of the result of regression analysis. All of the independent variables were statistically significant at the 0.01 level, as the p-value is less than 0.01. Therefore, they have a significant relationship toward consumer travel intentions. This study also revised the following important finding. The first research question: does novelty of contents influence consumer travel intentions? According to the result, first hypothesis was supported, and the result matched with the former study Chen, Shang, and Li 2014. The rest research question was answered by the hypothesis, and their results show they were significantly influence consumer travel intention, which matching with some former study. There are several limitations in this study. The first limitation is this study was using quantitative method, which went through by the online questionnaire. It is not able to capture the respondent qualitative insight. Therefore, the future study may using the qualitative approach like face-to-face interview to have more complete insight. Second, limitation is the research respondents are not represent of population. Future undertaking of this field of research is recommended to include a large sample size and broader observation area, like expand the geographically to generalize the finding, like the future research can expand their population to other states of Malaysia. This is some reference for this study. That's all from me. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lee Xingyi, for the very wonderful and very statistical presentation, very eye-opening. Let us now move on to the Q&A sessions. Do we have any questions for Ms. Lee? Okay, it seems that we do not have any questions, but I do have one question of my own for Ms. Lee. So Ms. Lee, what do you think is the hardest process during your research of this whole project?
The harder process is maybe for the literature review for the attribute of contents, because there is only limited literature in terms of travel intentions and the Instagram influencers. So when we do the research, we're struggling to find the related information.
Okay, thank you for the answer.
Thank you.
All right, any more questions? Last call, then we'll move on to the next speaker. All right, seems we do not have any questions. So, all right, now we shall move on to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Mr. Josiah Obong Josiah from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria, on his title, Local Government Administration and Essential Services Provisioning During the COVID-19 Pandemic, a case study of Lagos State, Nigeria. Take it away, Mr. Josiah. Hey, Mr. Josiah, are you there? Well, let's give him a few minutes.
Hello, I think you can hear me right now. I'm back.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Awesome. Please help me with the slide, please.
All right, hold on.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Josiah Bong Josiah from the Ibadan, Nigeria. I'll be presenting on the topic Lagos Local Government Administration and Essential Services Provisioning during the COVID-19 pandemic, a case study of Lagos State, Nigeria. So next slide, please. The outline for this discussion here from the findings and all of it will be followed duly, which is here. So the first here is the consideration of terms. 3 terms have been conceptualized, which is 1, local governments, the second is express service, and the third is COVID-19. To the next slide, please. So according to the Nigerian 1976 local government reforms, the local government at the local level were established by law to exercise specific powers within defined areas. And the main reasons for local government, according to this reform, is to ensure that some specific services are provided by the local government to the people, as stated by the reform. And what are essential services? According to the International Labour Office, there are diverse of services that are essential based on specific issues and specific countries. In Nigeria, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the Presidential Task Force for COVID-19 did list out some specific essential services, which included they included food, accommodation, and even some local government offices, and even some federal and state state offices were called essential services as well. So, what is COVID-19? Well, most, or I'll say everyone, must have heard of COVID-19, which, according to the World Organization official website, the coronavirus disease COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a newly discovered coronavirus. Next slide, please. The next slide, please. So, what is the theoretical framework for this research? Two theories were used, which is the developmental theory and the efficiency service delivery theory. The developmental theory is of local government is focused particularly in the developing world, and it sees local government as effective agents for improving the means of living socially and economically, according to Adeyemo 2011. And the central point for the other theory, which is the efficiency service delivery theory, is that the primary purpose of local government system is to provide social services such as law and order, local roads, primary education, sanitation, and other efficiencies and other efficient services efficiently, having them efficiently, according to Chukwuemeka et al. 2014. Next slide, please. So, what methodology did this research use? What all was used? That is a survey research, and data was collected. Both primary and secondary data were used. The primary data used were questionnaires. 400 questions were distributed across 3 local governments in Lagos State. One in each Central district. Which is Shomolu, Alimosho, and Lagos Island, respectively. And out of the 400 questionnaires, 371 were retrieved. And used for the research and analysis. So, as well as second data were actually used, such as a journal and online resources as well were used. And it should also be noted that the researchers' observation, observation during the distribution of the questionnaire are also imputed into the analysis as well, which should be explained of this.
Hi, Mr. Josiah, can you hear me?
The problem of this.
All right, it seems Mr. Josiah is having a little bit of internet issues. We can give him a few minutes, and if he takes a bit too long to come back, maybe we can go on with the next presenter, and we'll come back to him once his internet connection's a bit more stable. All right, let's give him around like 2-3 minutes, then we'll see if we'll need to proceed on with the next speaker.
Okay. Where did I stop, please? Where did I stop, please?
Hi, I think we heard you. We stopped you. We kind of couldn't hear you at the starting of the
Hello?
methodology part. Yes, Josiah. Hello.
Okay.
Yeah, we lost you around the methodology part, the primary data part, the starting bit.
Oh, okay. So I did say that 400 questions were distributed, and 371 were retrieved. These questions were distributed at two local governments. What about now?
Yeah, we can hear
Can
you,
you hear me
but
right now?
there's a loud wind noise. But I
Can you hear
think we
me
should
right
be able
now?
to get you. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So, so the questions were distributed to the different local governments, two local governments, one from East Central District in Lagos. And okay, so the secondary data used also were journals and articles from the internet. So the next slide, please. The research problem is to find out how local were able to in the in during the pandemic or research. Next.
Hi, Mr. Josiah. It's still very hard to hear you.
I
think maybe your internet connection's interrupted with you turning on your camera.
Okay, I think I'll carry on if you can hear me. So just together. So first objective is to assess, and the objective of if the answer was based on ability. So on the 5 different questions in the questionnaire, how meant shock to your COVID-19? 35 the response in 19, and it actually increased during COVID-19.
Yeah, maybe you can turn off the camera.
Better now.
Yeah, maybe you can turn off the camera so the connection would be better. All right, seems another few internet connection issues. Let's wait for a few minutes, and then I think we can proceed with the next presenter, Mr. Ajibona Oluwakorede. Let's give a few minutes for Mr. Josiah. So sorry for the inconvenience, everyone. Let's hold on.
Okay,
yes, you're back. We can hear you now.
All right, awesome. Okay, so the research problem I mentioned is to know if local governments were actually able to provide services during the COVID-19 pandemic to their communities. And the 4 objectives are well discussed based on the findings. The next slide, please. The next slide, please. All right. So, according to the research, the local government, based on the first question, 35% of the respondents said the local government officials never came around to their communities before COVID-19. And this got even worse during the COVID-19, as 44.2% said never. This shows that local governments were not actually available much to their communities before, and even worse during COVID-19. During COVID-19, the second highest for that was Raleigh, which is 36.1%. And the question also goes to the respondent, which went to them as well, that says that how often did they go to the secretariat before and after? Before COVID-19, 51.5% they never did go to the secretariat, and during the pandemic, 64.4% said they never did go. So the question then is that didn't they go down to the secretariat because of the pandemic, or why? With my interaction with the respondent, most of them said that they didn't find local community very significant, so they found no need to go down to the secretariat. So this also applies to the rate at which local councillors were able to get across to the people during the COVID-19 pandemic to educate them and to also identify and also formulate and also look with the people issues that can be discussed with regard to the COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide, please. On the provision of essential services, which is the key of this research, 45% of people in Lagos State did not know if there were COVID-19 testing isolation centers in their local government, and 33.2% said no, that they didn't know at all. This shows that only a few people were aware of the testing isolation centers in Nigeria, and it's quite very, very interesting because this is where the people get to find out if they had COVID-19 symptoms. They go to local government isolation centers if they knew where they are, to test themselves for COVID or to isolate themselves if needed. But from the findings, most didn't know, and those that even knew, only about 1.5% knew that there were 5. 50.7% that there was just 1. And from the interaction with the respondent, most of the respondents actually said that they didn't really specifically know if the centers were by the local government or they were by the state government or the federal government. The second question here under the essential services is on the same as the cleaning of the sanitation. The same responses about not knowing if the federal government, the state government, or local government were in charge of that was also prevalent and also very, very, very dominant among the responses given when interacting with the respondents. The local government didn't provide food and palliatives down to vulnerable Nigerians and those in Lagos State with them there because, according to the findings, most of them didn't really get it. And among the families that actually got this, that referred to yesterday, most said that they actually refused them after they were given. This is because the portion given to them for a family could only feed one person. So they found it as an insult to them, actually refused these provisions by the local government to them. On April 1st, 2020, the Minister of Humanitarian Services and Disaster Management of Nigeria did announce that 20,000 will be distributed to vulnerable Nigerians to help them survive the pandemic, especially in Lagos, which was on a lockdown. So out of all 400 questionnaires distributed and 371 returned, 0 received this fund. So the question comes that what was the plan of local government to ensure that these funds were gotten by the people, which is quite very surprising that they were on a lockdown and nothing was gotten. So it shows the local government were not actually there to ensure that people in Lagos actually got what they needed for the pandemic to survive. And this brings me to the fourth question here on this page, which talks about security. In Lagos during the COVID-19 pandemic, there were high rates of crime, robbery, attacks, and the like. This is because people, especially youth, young male youth, needed means to survive, and they actually robbed people, went to houses to rob people. And the respondents, those who responded that the government provided security, did mention that they actually paid vigilantes by themselves to protect them. And most times, families also actually volunteered a person. They put up one person to voluntarily join the vigilantes to keep watch all night during the COVID-19 pandemic. This actually showed that local governments actually perform poorly in providing security, and this is also one of the essential services to be provided by local governments in such a time as the COVID-19 pandemic. Next question, please. Next slide, rather, please. Yes, some challenges were looked at based on the local government. Some challenges. 9 were put up, 8 specific, 1 which is others, because we can't find out all the problems ourselves. We have to get people to also talk about the problems as well that they can tell from what they see in the local government. Among all, and it should be noted that this was actually, you can take more than one option. You could take more than one option. Out of 371, 273 see corruption, which next is 271. We may wonder to say that why did I put a distinction between corruption and investment of public funds? This is because according to the task force put up by the former president of Nigeria, President Jonathan, he did put up a committee to differentiate corruption from stealing. So that ideology was being used in this to say, okay, if the former president said corruption is from stealing, let's see if the people also agrees with this. So largely we could say that the people said, okay, if you say corruption is different and stealing is different, then of funds, well, both are on the rise, and most of the reasons for and also problems in the local government in Lagos State. So other problems also, the respondent did mention that other problems also arise based on corruption and what? Embezzlement of public funds. Next slide, please. So on the relationship with the local government administrators, the National Social Register should have the names of every Nigerian in them. And in Lagos, 89.5% had no idea of a National Social Register. And the best place and the best way to get this is local government. Only 10.5 agree that they are in the National Social Register. And when I asked them that, okay, how did they get your info and the likes, most of them said they just wrote their names down at local government when they went to get palliative. So actually, those names written are not the National Social Register for a purpose, just to get the palliative and the food portion given to them during the pandemic. So it can be said that there is no National Social Register in Nigeria across Lagos State among the findings that was gotten. So 58.8% of the respondents did not know the name of their local government chairperson. Local government should be disclosed to the people, and yet the people did not know the name of the local government chairperson. And so as well was it as well for even recognizing them, it even was to 61.9%. And for local government ward councillor, in Nigeria, in every local government, about 5 to 6, 7 streets are, have a local ward councillor. 5 to 7 streets. However, 77.9% do not know the name of their local government ward councillor, and 81.1%, which is the highest of all, said that they cannot even recognize the local government ward councillor. This is actually problematic because the local government should be close to the people to provide services, and they can't even recognize those who are representing them and to provide them these services. So do you find local government to be significant during the pandemic? 81.9% actually said that they did not find local government to be significant during the pandemic, which is quite very worrisome because the main essence of local government is to provide services, and the people in such a time as COVID-19, which is such a great crisis, did not find local government to be what? Significant. So was there a closer relationship between local government and the people during the pandemic? The response actually no was 90.3%. 90.3% of the respondents said that there was no close relationship between them after the pandemic. This shows that there is a great problem in the services delivery of local government in Lagos State, Nigeria. Next slide, please. So the conclusion is this, that the study reveals that there's a disconnection between the people and local government before and even worse during the COVID-19 pandemic, which has brought about inefficient service delivery in the healthcare, security, distribution of items to the poor and vulnerable in the local government. Next slide, please, which is recommendations. Recommendations. 4 recommendations were given. Number 1 is that the state local government joint account in Nigeria should be scrubbed. There's a constitutional backing to this. According to Section 162, subsection 6 of the Constitution, it says that local government and state government should have a joint account. Now, this is an hindrance to the autonomy of local government to carry out and provide services to the people, because when they have the state governors there associated to the same account, it shows that there is no autonomy and it does not really define what federalism should be in every state. So, for local government to provide services efficiently, they should have their separate account controlled by them to do what they have to do and provide service to the people. Secondly, which I mentioned earlier with the first, that autonomy should be given to local government, and state government and federal government should stand independently on what they have to do, so that the duties are well stated and clear in the Constitution, among other things, so that services are well delivered to the people by the local government. Third, to ensure that there is no political interference at the state or federal level in local government, independent local government electoral commission should be put up in every government to carry out their own elections. In Nigeria currently, the state government and the state governors actually are in charge of local government elections. This shouldn't be, because state governors are now persons who control their local government in a large sense. In Nigeria, even in Lagos State, as the example as the case study for this research, all local governments in Lagos are the same party as that of the state governor. This happens in major states in Nigeria, in Oyo State, among others. You find out that the ruling party at the state level is also the ruling party at all local government, which is actually a problem and will not provide a essential service to the people. Lastly, to address the vacuum between the people and local government officials, communities should put up groups on different matters which the local ward councillors should deal with, be in charge of, and ensure that they put up this forward before their council and ensure that the needs of the people are well met. Next slide, please. These are the references to the stated authors and scholars in this presentation, and it should be noted that the significance of this study is to help developing countries develop. Development can come efficiently through local government. If every local government in a country provides services to their people efficiently, it means that the entire country is providing services to their people. Well, the philosophers could say that it's fallacy of composition, or fallacy of division. Well, I still stand to say that if every government can provide their service to the people, then the whole country will have very awesome services.
Hi, Mr. Josiah, are you still there? Just a little bit left for your presentation. All right, again, let's give him a few more minutes to try and reconnect. Hi, Mr. Josiah, we can hear you.
Yes. Done my presentation actually. I hope you heard me to the last part of the references.
All right, thank you very much for your presentation. Do you have anything else to add on?
That'll be all for now.
Yeah, we did. All right, so thank you, Mr. Josiah Obong Josiah, for the presentation. Yeah, and do we have any questions for Mr. Josiah? Yes, Ms. Ratia.
Hi, Josiah. I think your research is very extensive. And then, you know, when it comes to governmental matter, in Malaysia also we have a lot of issues when it comes to the way the government reacts and the way they do a sort of this service to the rakyat, to the citizens. So we had a lot of items, a lot of issues with that problem as well. Now, my question to you is, looking at your very large, you have about 400 samples, 400 respondents and all that. So what was the biggest challenges, the biggest challenge that you face in conducting your research?
Okay. All right. Thank you for your question. One of the biggest challenges for me was the distribution of the questionnaires, actually. It took me quite a number of days to get all distributed because I had to ensure that I was with the respondents and I see what they, after they finished, I see had some interaction with them. So it was mainly based on the distribution of questionnaires for the research. That was my main challenge, actually.
All right, thank you for the questions and the answers. Do we have any more questions for Mr. Josiah? Yes, Yuvanesan Ponya, do we have a question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Josiah. Are you there?
Hi, I'm here, please.
Yeah. My question to you is, what made you choose this particular topic? Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Okay, let me come from this angle. In my final year, 100 level, we got a course on local government and development, and that actually made me get an interest in it. When the lecturer was teaching, that's my sub-dean, Dr. Stephen Lafayette, while he was teaching, it made me look at it and say, oh, really, this is COVID-19 that we just encountered as a country, and we find local government to be the closest to the people.
All right, so thank you, Mr. Josiah, for the answers and everyone else for the questions. So thank you again, Mr. Josiah, for the presentation, for presentation just now. We shall now move on to the next presenter.
Just to
for
know
the next
if
presenter,
the government were
we have
indeed providing those services. So just from a lecture that I had in class, and it brought that up, and I actually went up with the research, actually, and that was it.
All right, thank you. All right, for the next presenter,
Right.
we have Ajibona Olawakorede from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria, on the title Social Media and Participatory Democracy. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ajibon Oluwakore. I'm from the Department of Philosophy, University of Ibadan, Nigeria, and I'll be presenting my research on social media and participatory democracy. So currently now we know that social media has become of predominance in our lives, whether in our homes, in our workplace, and definitely in our politics. So, and we have seen social media get associated with some of the big political activities or uprisings in democracies all over the world. When we talk about the Arab Spring, kitchenware revolution, the EndSARS in Nigeria, and some other protests all over the world. So the involvement of social media with democracies has created a debate, or has led to debate among scholars, where some look forward or have an utopianistic understanding of social media, thinking it will bring about greater participation of citizens in the democratic process, while some people look at it with much more pessimistic view, where they think of social media is a cancer that will in the long run lead to the death of democracies. So I'm going to examine this debate and draw conclusions. So I'll start first by looking at the opportunities social media has presented in terms of increasing the participation of citizens in the democratic process. Then I'll look at the challenges, issues, or pathologies that have been associated with social media in democracies. Then I'll criticize the two positions and then draw my conclusion. Next slide, please. And I will define two terms. I will define social media. This is because the word social media is used in different ways and means different things to people. Some people define it more broadly. Some people define it so narrowly that includes just a specific item. So I define social media to be quite broad because we have seen some social medias that are traditionally will not be regarded as social media being used in the democratic process, such as Reddit was used in some countries as a means of conversation when some mainstream social medias were banned. So social media can be referred as new forms of media that allow user-generated content using mobile and web-based technologies to facilitate interaction and participation among people. So based on this classification now, the kinds of digital technologies that will fall under the rubric of social media will be emails, blogs, message boards, connection sites, mobile applications, and social networking sites like Facebook, instant messengers, and online games and entertainment. So next slide, please. So participatory democracy involves the extensive and active engagement of citizens in the self-governing process. It means government not just for, but by and of the people. So as opposed to the liberal democracies that we currently, most countries run, whereby after citizens vote, they tend to take the backstage. Participatory democracy is the idea that citizens continue to participate actively, either by protest or voicing out their concerns about issues in their nations. Next slide, please. So there are two major positions in this debate. We have the techno-utopians and the techno-pessimists, as I would define them. The techno-utopians believe that political changes such as the Arab Spring can be seen as a direct result of the use of social media. And also, social media has an elective affinity with participatory democracy. They think the coming of social media is very, very good for democracies, that it is the level of participation, and the social media itself is a medium of drawing people into political participation. Then we have the techno-pessimists who emphasize the negative effects that come with social media, such as fake news, the right of free speech, computational propaganda, and echo chambers to be a cancer that comes with the use of social media. The next slide, please. So then we talk about the opportunities. So in what ways does social media increase participation in democracies? The first one is that it democratizes information. So what do I mean by this? In times past, before the coming of social media, the media was concentrated in the hands of some few organizations. In the UK, there were like 10. In the US, there were less than 10 also. So big organizations were the one controlling the media. But now anybody with a smartphone, even sitting on a toilet seat, has the same power, let's say BBC has, or CNN. So this has allowed people to bring in some new activities. Now we see participatory activities, tiny participatory activities, as they call it, like retweets, sharing, liking, are now activities or participation that counts now in democracies. So now, if there's a particular issue and you see a particular tweet from someone, and then you see a huge number of likes, then people start to think of that activity or that issue to be something of concern. Then social media has also allowed for access to alternative information. You know, let's say, for example, in the United States, we have media organizations that have taken a particular position. We have the left and the right, the far right, already taking you already know the stand or their belief about some particular issues. So when we come about social media now, we have access to alternative information. You get to see whatever you want to see. You can just search for alternative. There's always someone to say something different from what people are trying to say. Then we have pluralism now. We know that in democracies, it's good to have a multi-party system. It's good to have different opinions. So social media is a platform for that. Now people can just take whatever positions they want without fear of stigma or fear of retaliatory actions. Then we have social mobilization. Social media has shown to be a great platform to mobilize people for different activities. We saw how in the Arab Spring, how Facebook mobilized people, seeing the burning body of Zain al-Ali, and we see here in Nigeria where the pictures of the the Special Anti-Robbery Squad killing innocent Nigerians sparked protests all over the country. Then we also have social media allows us to engage in real dialogue. So what do you mean by real dialogue? On social media now, there are no status symbols in that sense. So anybody, whether you are poor, whether you are rich, whether from the middle class, you can engage anybody. You can engage your politicians. You can engage anybody in authority without fear of, oh, this is my status, this is where I belong. So, and also we have a species dissemination of information. We know democracies, people need to get information to take informed decisions when it comes to democracy. So with a simple click, you can reach close to 200 million people anywhere in the world to pass a particular information. And also we see that social media has easy access. From anywhere you can access your social media accounts and just tweet whatever you want. Next slide, please. So down I call this the issues with social media. Some people call it pathologies to reflect that is a problem. So there are four main problems that have been associated with social media in democracy. The first one is that social media is a channel for bringing or for fake news. They say this fake news now is making people do things that are not right. You see, they say people circulate fake video, doctored videos. They circulate information that, in quotes, are fake news. So governments have been worried all over that. In Nigeria, here we've seen the Minister for Information continually hammering that fake news is pulling down the country, is dividing us. So, and the next thing we have is hate speech. They say that social media now is that the amount of hate in the world is increasing, and people are tracing it to hate speech. The current Secretary General of the UN, in a speech around in 2020, spoke about hate speech extensively, even circulating a document around the world calling for government to write against hate speech. Then we have computational propaganda, whereby bots try to mimic people and then try to pass information as if they are real human beings, and that really came out during the US election that elected Donald Trump. So, whereby it was said that fake accounts from Russia were being used to pass off information as if they are information from Americans. Then we have echo chambers. Echo chambers is the idea that after a time of using social media or using, let's say, Facebook, you look for a particular type of information that over time, this is the kind of information you'll be getting. So if say I lean to the right now and I keep on searching for information that pertains to the right, all information I'll be getting from social media, let's say suggestions will be something that leans me to the right, and if it's less, same thing. So in that kind of stuff, I'm enclosed in a chamber. So everything I get is something that reinforces my belief. Next slide, please. So now I would like to offer my criticisms of the various arguments. First and foremost, the idea that social media has elective affinity with participatory democracy seems to be too realistic. Yes, social media, we've seen different cases happen on different political activities stem from social media, but we should also understand that this is not always the case. A particular author said that it's better we think of social media as activities on social media like an earthquake. You don't know when it will happen. We can't really say what will be affected. So take, for example, now in the UK, over 99% of petitions to the government fail to get 10,000 signatures required for an official response, and only 0.1% attains the 100% required for a parliamentary debate. So, and we almost have the same thing in the US, and we see all sorts of petitions circulate on social media. So the issue now is that the media, the traditional media, the televisions only report petitions that are successful. So this has led people to think that, oh, when a particular issue happens on social media, then definitely people are going to participate, people are going to take it up and then use it to bring down terrible governments or hold their governments accountable. Next slide, please. Also, we should tone down our optimism for social media, because when we look at social media tech companies, majority of them get their revenue from adverts. And when you check out how these adverts are, you cannot disable adverts. Take, for example, Facebook now, you can only like and not unlike. So all this kind of social media, they are capitalist social media because they rely on adverts. So in this sense, then this allows us to see that we should not think too much of social media. Think of it as the silver bullet or the quick fix we need for our democracy. And some people have advocated for not-for-profit social media as an alternative, but this will never work. Telegram is an example. Telegram now relies on volunteers to handle cases. This slows the process needed for the social media to work properly. So this non-for-profit social media cannot work because they cannot operate on the scale, let's say, of Facebook, because they don't have the manpower. Next slide, please. So as again, now I offer my criticisms of the pathologies of the issues that have been associated with the social media. So now for fake news, it's difficult to identify what is fake news. Fake news is just an umbrella word. So when you say what is fake news, people don't really, there's not really, it's like saying nothing. So, and governments have been using this as a tool for propaganda. Please, the previous slide. Okay, thank you. So as a tool to call for censorship, to call for, oh, let's bring down social media, let's do this and do that. But it's just propaganda. But when you want to talk about, oh, there's a problem with an information, you say whether misinformation or disinformation. Misinformation is when someone passes an information without knowing that, oh, there's a problem with it or it's not true. And disinformation, when someone deliberately passes an information that is not true just to make profit. So when you now bring out the motives, you see that social misinformation and this, they are not really cancerous things or things that we should, that they can defeat our democracy. They are just problems that some little adjustments can fix. Next slide, please. Also about filter bubble, now there's no evidence that filter bubble or echo chamber. So echo chamber, now there's no evidence that suggests that filter bubbles are different from the situation of people associating with people they only agree with as people do in real life. People now, as we are as human beings, we only want to talk to people that we believe we share an idea. So social media also bringing things that are only subscribed to or believe in is not different from our daily life. So there's nothing in a sense to be worried about. So research evidence also shows that algorithms play a less role in exposure to attitude changing content than individuals' own choices. So when we look at now, most people interact with a lot of things. We communicate in our families, we interact with our workers and workplace. So there are different places we pick ideas from. So necessarily it is not sealed that, because I'm being exposed to rightist, leftist propaganda or leftist ideology, that means therefore this is how fixed I will be on my ideas. We interact with people. Say there are chances that we will come across different information that will open our eyes to alternatives. The evidence further shows that those who do not use social media on average come across news from significantly fewer different online sources than those who use social media, and that social media are reducing polarization. So actually now, people who don't use social media now, they have fewer sources of information. They probably have 3 best friends, or they have a joint where they meet and discuss political issues or happenings in their democracies now. But when you have social media now, you probably come across 3 or 4 different online mediums talking about a particular issue. You see different tweets from different people. So in that sense, people, it can be said that social media is actually reducing polarization, not actually enclosing people in echo chambers. Next slide, please. And also about hate speech now, it's difficult to really separate hate speech from other kinds of speech. There are some kinds of speech that does not necessarily can come out to be hate speech. So there's no way of distinguishing. So trying to now nail social media for hate speech is something difficult. It's something very, very difficult. And also, as of 2017, social media companies, Facebook, Twitter, and also came together and made an agreement with the European Union, whereby they implemented policies. And as of that 2017, they are already dealing with 81% of hate speech cases on social media, which is an improvement. Come to 2022 now, see that they are already dealing with hate speech. Before you know any kind of speech that I find is offensive, they already flag it. And also, when we think about hate speech now, we should not think like it's social media that is at fault now. People come out of their way leaving social media to buy guns and do some other things and then attack other people. So necessarily, people take their time to write letters, to write threats to other people, which shows that it is not really about social media. Social media is just a channel, that people are now using to express their hate. Social media is not at fault for this. So next slide, please. and also about computational propaganda, whereby bots are being used to tweet as if humans are the ones tweeting it. Research has shown that bots were only reinforcing existing viewpoints. The opinions that these bots were amplifying were opinions that were already in the mind of the public. So when during the U.S. election where Donald Trump was elected, there was the complaint about, oh, bots from Russia were tweeting and convincing people, which is not so. They were only reiterating or trying to push forward ideas people already have. So in this sense, you see, it's not anyway cancerous that, oh, there's computational propaganda going on. Next slide, please. So now I can draw my conclusion. Now, my conclusion is that in as much as social media is allowing us to participate in different ways, allowing us to speak up, allowing us to have alternative viewpoints, we should think of it in a realistic way. We should think of it as not as a silver bullet. We should just think of it as this is a new development, as a new development. So, and also thinking about those that have advocated that, oh, social media is going to is a cancer, it will bring down democracies. We should not think of that, because as I've shown, these 4 pathologies or criticisms of social media do not really hold water. There are issues that can be solved. And when we now look at it, governments of the world have already come together. They are trying to make us to train, to educate citizens to be able to handle social media properly through media and information literacy, where people are given taught the critical skills they need to engage with the media, so they do not fall for misinformation, disinformation, and conspiracy theories. Now, when we understand this, it will be easier for the governments that want to regulate the social media to reconcile with libertarians or people advocating for non-regulation of social media. Because when you now see that social media is not a silver bullet, you tend to tone down your optimism. Then you're able, and if governments recognize that, oh, fake news that they are talking about doesn't really mean anything, and this computational propaganda that they are trying to advocate for or trying to strangle social media for are not really challenges. So when they come together now, they'll be able to forge a path forward so we can sustainably use social media to build a better world. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ajibona. Let us move on with the Q&A session. Do we have any questions for Mr. Ajibona? All right, I do have one. Yeah, we have Miss Razia.
I think the research on social media and politics is very interesting. And when you say that some of us think that social media can be a cancer to the democracy process, I am somehow, 70% of me believe that is so, right? So I want, in your opinion, based on what you have read on your research, Mr. Ajibona, what do you think of the role of social media in the electoral process in the future? Do you think that fake news or so-called fake news, even the true news, people will say fake news, and then people will believe that the real news are fake news, and then the fake news are the real news. There is no reality, actually. Let us just look at Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial, right? So if 90% of the people online believe Johnny Depp, but we don't know whether it's the truth or not. So I just want to know, in your opinion, based on your research, what do you think, how the social media would steer itself in the future when it comes to election processes?
Okay, thank you very much. Definitely, we'll see social media in some countries play active roles, maybe, lead to the end of some government, bring in new government. But I think in the long run, social media will become something normal for us. It will become something we just, that is just there. So in the long run, social media will lose this craze we have about it, about government trying to regulate, about people thinking, oh, this is our own way of speaking up and be heard. People will come to realize that social media is not social media. It's just like when newspaper came in, when people started having the power to just write. So that's what I feel about social media.
Thank you, Mr. Ajibona.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the question and the answers. Do we have any more questions? All right. It seems we do not have any more questions. All right. We shall move on to the next presenter. All right. Next up, we have Ting Yang Ming from TAR UC Malaysia. with the title Predictive Relationship Between Celebrity Worship and Body Image Concerns Among Undergraduate Students in Private University College. Hi, I think you're muted. We can't hear you.
Okay,
Yeah.
now I will share the slide first. Can you guys able to see the slide?
Yep.
Okay. Good afternoon to all the audience. I'm Ting Ming, a student of Bachelor of Social Science in Psychology at Thai University College, Malaysia. Today, I would like to present about my research with title Predictive Relationship Between Celebrity Worship and Body Image Concern Among Undergraduate Students in Private University College, Kuala Lumpur. So celebrities or famous people that have a lot of followers could serve as a role model of ideal body image standards. They also have a great influence on their fans. So the fans may also try the best way to achieve the similar body image as their favorite celebrity have to feel bonded. So the absorption addiction model explains 3 levels of parasocial relationship with celebrity. First is entertainment social celebrity worship. It's the lowest degree of the celebrity worship, which the fans have only innocent fun to read about their favorite celebrity. Second is intense personal celebrity worship, which is the fans have uncontrolled feelings and thoughts toward their favorite celebrity. The last one is borderline pathological, which is the highest level of celebrity worship, which fans may involve in the illegal behavior such as stalking. So beside that, female always strive for a thin body image like most of the celebrity body image, while males always strive for a muscular bodies as most of the sport-related celebrities have. So the striving to compare self-body image and also the celebrity image during the strong bonding, fans may lead to a poor mental disorder such as anxiety, depression, and also eating disorder. So past research in Western countries show a positive relationship between the celebrity worship and body image concern. As for Asian countries like Thailand, Singapore, and Indonesia, they show a different result. Some of the results show that there is a positive relationship between celebrity and body image concern, but few of the research show there is a negative relationship or a no relationship. So there's a limited research about celebrity worship and body image concern was conducted in Malaysia among the undergraduate. Hence, the purpose of this research is to promote the awareness and also utilize the findings to plan a meaningful psychological wellness related program to the society. So there is 3 objectives in this study. First is to examine a significant relationship between celebrity worship. It includes the 3 different levels of celebrity worship and body image concern among undergraduate students in Kuala Lumpur. Second, the study is to identify celebrity worship as a significant predictor of body image concern among undergraduate students in Kuala Lumpur. So lastly is to examine gender differences in body image concern among undergraduate students in Kuala Lumpur. So this study was a quantitative design study and cross-sectional study, which the data will only be collected by convenient sampling at a specific point of time by using 2 questionnaires. So the number of the participation were 210 undergraduates from private university college in Kuala Lumpur. So the pie chart below show that the gender of respondents was 50% of them were female and 50 of them were male students. Next, this pie chart also showed the age of the respondents. Most of the respondents were aged 21 to 23 years old, which occupied 58%. And beside, there is a 35% of them were 18 to 20 years old, and there's only 7% of them was 24 to 25 years old. So there's 2 instruments that used in this study. First is Celebrity Attitude Scale, CAS, developed by McCutcheon with others authors in 2002. It included 34 items to measure respondents' attitudes toward their favorite celebrity. So it is a 5-point Likert scale, which 1 is strongly disagree to 5 strongly agree. So beside body shape questionnaire, BSQ 16B will be used to measure body dissatisfaction and concern. It developed by Evans and Dolan in 1993. It included 16 items. It also it is a 6-point Likert scale, which is 1 is never to 6 always. So I will proceed to the data gathering procedure. First, once the ethical permission was obtained, the Google form will be prepared to allocate through email to collect the respondents' demographic data such as gender and age and their responses to the questionnaire. So a statistical package for social science SPSS version 26 will be used to analyze Pearson correlation coefficients to examine the relationship between body image and celebrity worship, and multiple linear regression will be used to analyze the celebrity as a predictor on body image concern. So next, independent t-test analytic will use to analyze the gender differences in body image concern. Lastly, the skewness and kurtosis will be used to evaluate the distribution of this study of the data. So the results show that first, skewness and kurtosis show a normal distribution as the values was located within +2 to -2. So to examine the relationship, Pearson correlation coefficient show a moderate positive relationship among the 3 different levels of celebrity worship and body image concern. So the multiple linear regression analysis also showed that borderline pathological celebrity was significantly predicted on body image concern. So lastly, to identify the gender difference on body image concern, independent t-test showed that females was significantly show higher body image concern than males. So to discuss about the moderate positive relationship among celebrity worship and body image concern is during the COVID-19 pandemic, students were forced to learn online at home and were prohibited from using sport equipment such as swimming pool, basketball court, gym room, or even the outdoor area to exercise. Hence, their exercise plan may disorganized if they used to exercise outdoor or with school equipment, and they have more time to access to social media. So the more extended time access may increase mental bonding with their favorite celebrity. Students who have strong bonding with their favorite celebrity who have thin body image, the student may reflect on and judge their body image after they have made the comparison. So as mentioned above, borderline pathological celebrity worship was the highest level of celebrity worship that involved obsessed parasocial relationship towards celebrity. They tend to have a high sense of trust toward their celebrity. The fans might follow their favorite celebrity, such as following their diet plan, which normally was extreme diet that may cause unbalanced nutrition intake, dressing style, makeup style, and also buying the endorsement products such as slimming related products to show support. And fans always have a higher spending power. So females have a higher body image concern than males due to the standardization of slimming as a perfect of gorgeous appearance among the female society. So this may modify female perceptions of beauty. Their concerns on body image might increase when they could not achieve the society standard. Besides, most of the fitness YouTuber also may promote their fitness video with the title such as 2 weeks to lose weight, slim specific body part, and also working out to burn calories instead of working out for a better healthy body condition as the title. Nevertheless, it might also be due to the perception of viewers on the meaning of working out. So in conclusion, this present study show a significant moderate positive relationship among celebrity worship and body image concern. And among the 3 levels of celebrity, borderline pathological celebrity worship was significantly predict on body image concern. Female undergraduates also show higher concern on body image than male undergraduates. So the study limitation is that this finding did not prove any causal effect result and didn't collect respondent current body status such as BMI, so that this study could not compare the current body status and their concerns. So the future researcher may conduct the related research in public universities, and they can aim the same gender between respondents' favorite celebrity and respondents. So it may show a highest comparison among the favorite celebrity and respondents. So I would like to share a quote, which is, you are more than the number on your scale. Be confident at any size. Love yourself. That's all for me. Thank you. Now I will proceed to thank you.
All right, thank you, Ting Yang Ming, for the wonderful presentation. Do we have any questions? I actually do have a question of my own. So you mentioned about celebrity worship and how teens mostly will follow the body standards of the celebrities that they worship. So let's take like Blackpink as an example. So let's say girls really like the Lisa or Jennie's body, so they want to work themselves towards that part. But what if let's say they were 150 pounds and then they're 300 pounds and they're like overweight and everything? Do you think teens will still have the thought to go and follow these type of body standards? Is it actually like directly related to a celebrity worship, or is it because being slim is a standardized beauty in our society?
thank you for your questions. In my opinion, they might have a urge of or a thought that they wanted to be slim or thin as a body like as a celebrity have. But sometimes they might don't know the methods of the way to working out to achieve their ideal body image.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any more questions for Miss Ting? No? All right. Thank you very much, Miss Ting. We shall proceed with our next speaker. So all right, our last but not least speaker, we have Grace Akinyemi from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria, on the title Lexical Choices and Discourse Strategies in Disaster Management Situation. Take it away, Grace. Hi, Grace, you are muted.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Grace Akinyemi, a postgraduate student from University of Ibadan in Nigeria. My research topic is lexical choices and discourse strategies in disaster management discourse between aid workers and beneficiaries. So my presentation will be covering my abstracts, background to the study, my background to the study, literature review, then my data collection, data analysis. I'll have my analytical framework, then my analysis, then the conclusion, and then recommendation. I'll also have the summary of findings for my research work. So I'll start with the abstract. During major social disruption, such as natural disasters, conflicts, or other crises, emergency interventions become essential in order to curtail the effects and manage the situation to prevent further deterioration. Please, can you help with the slide on the abstract? Thank you. This study investigates how humanitarian workers employ lexical choices and discourse strategies during aid interventions towards disaster management. And then I've adopted the systemic functional linguistics and politeness theory as the theoretical framework for the study. The data was sourced from a recording clip of an in-group discussion organized by Hope Interactive, a non-governmental organization in Damaturu, Yobe State. Most of the participants of this group discussions are victims of insurgency, victims of Boko Haram insurgency, peculiar to the northeastern part of Nigeria. And in the course of my research work, I was able to review from the analysis that different use of lexical choices, next slide please, different use of lexical choices helps to bring to focus the central theme of interactions or discussions. The study also reveals that the use of positive politeness strategy when choice of words are deployed contributes significantly to shaping worldviews and goes a long way in determining the effectiveness of the intended outcome of language users. So quickly, I would go to the background of the study. Next slide, please. Thank you. The background to the study, what led to the study, and that's just to give a brief introduction for us to better understand what the study is all about. Disaster can be referred to as a form of misfortune with severe impacts on a community or a society, and could be influenced by natural occurrence or man-induced. Disasters and emergency situations always have negative impact on development and growth of any nation. In Africa, for example, we have history of different painful experiences of disasters, ranging from droughts, flash floods, hurricane, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and every other form of some other forms of disasters. And we also have disasters that are actually man-induced and not exactly natural disasters, such as air crashes, explosions, conflicts, internal crisis, communal crisis, and a number of other things. In Nigeria, to be precise, northern part of Nigeria, in which this particular research work is focused on, the major cause of disaster, or let me say the disaster that has been quite peculiar to that part of the country, is the Boko Haram insurgency, and this has resulted in the displacement of a lot of people in that part of the country compared to other kinds of disasters. Next slide, please. And this and looking at how the disaster, the insurgency, and all that have been managed so far, we've discovered that we've had different interventions from non-governmental organizations, the United Nations, NGOs, both nationally, locally, and internationally, coming to the aid of these disaster-affected persons, the insurgency victims, internally displaced persons, persons with disabilities, vulnerable groups, and a host number of other people affected by this insurgency. Then we also discovered that in the course of carrying out interventions by these aid workers, there has to be a form of communication. They have to communicate with those people. And for every form of communication or interaction, we discovered that we are able to draw out a central theme, like we are able to identify what the discussion or conversation is all about based on the lexical choices of the interactants, those involved in the conversation, in the communication, or in that discourse. And then we also identify that the diversity in the different patterns and trends of interaction is what we term as discourse. So this is to say that the way a conversation or communication in a classroom, what it's going to tend towards is definitely going to be different from what the conversation or discussion is going to tend towards in a medical setting, say in an hospital and all of that. So these different contexts and fields, the choice of words, the way the languages are being used is what we refer to as discourse in linguistics. These are the things that actually distinguish the difference between the discourse, the term discourse in linguistics. So we can have medical discourse, you can have disaster humanitarian discourse, you can have disaster management discourse, and which is exactly what this research is focused on, disaster management discourse. And we have, I was able to look through some past related works done by some researchers. We have Kumairo et al. 2021, who focused on the role communication plays in reducing the risk of disaster in Indonesia capital city transference policy. We also have Federico et al. 2019, who focused on the importance of language access to risk reduction and resilience in crisis situations. We also have Sophia 2011, who examined the experiences of bilingual and multilingual therapists in clinical social work practice. And then we have Apple 2013, we examined lexical and discursive construction of identity in selected 21st century Nigerian logos in terms of forms and lexical discursive features. And then we also have Ajewole Orimu Budget 2012, who investigated the discourse strategies and political ideologies in selected radio news of Osun State Broadcasting Corporation. Looking at these reviewed works and some other works that I reviewed, it was discovered that research work into discourse strategies in disaster management situation and humanitarian intervention is yet to be thoroughly explored by researchers. Yes, we have had different research works in disaster management and humanitarian discourse, discourse analysis itself, but this research work is going to be focusing on lexical choices employed for discursive strategies by humanitarian workers and the internally displaced persons in disaster management situation. And then quickly, my analytical framework, what I was able to, the framework that helped to inform the mode of analysis and the method of analysis for my research work. The next slide, please, where I have the analytical framework. Analytical framework, the diagram, please. Thank you. So here's my analytical framework. From the top, we have lexical choices and discourse strategies in disaster management, and then breaking into two branches, lexical choices, discourse strategy, and then connecting these two branches connecting to disaster management, which is to inform that I'm taking a cue from my theoretical framework, which is SFG, Systemic Functional Linguistics, and then Politeness Theory by Brown and Levinson. And then from the disaster management, since I'm looking at the lexical choices and the discursive strategy used by this used during disaster management situation, I was able to identify the politeness strategy employed by aid workers in managing disaster situations. So we have the politeness strategy, which is the dominant discourse strategy, and then the lexical choices. Then the politeness strategy, we have the positive politeness and then the negative politeness. You see the items under the positive politeness, the items that reoccur more, like the strategy in which the aid workers use in communicating with the disaster affected persons. And then we also have the negative politeness. What form of negative politeness do they use? We have the optimism in under positive politeness. We have the optimism, we have exaggerated interest, we have intensified interest, in-group identity markers, consent seeking, affirmation, shared knowledge, gift giving, encouragement, promise, including the addressing the activity, solidarity, compliment, friendly statements. And then under the negative politeness, we have apologies, indirect question, plural pronouns, pessimistic statements, favor seeking, attitude of indifference, minimize imposition. And then here under the lexical choices, what are the characteristics of the kind of words, the lexicons, the choice of words usually adopted or that usually characterizes disaster management situations? I was able to identify 1, confidentiality, number 2, anonymity, number 3, in-group markers, plural pronouns like our, we, they, and them. I was also able to identify that such situations are characterized by security actors. Then we have lexical choices rather, that talks about peace and security. Then you would always find lexical choices about special needs. You would always find lexicons about vulnerable groups in such discourse, in such disaster management discourse. So quickly, how was I able to identify these characteristics? I go to my data analysis. Next slide, please. Data analysis. Okay, yes, I already talked about the data collection. The data was gotten from an in-group discussion organized by a non-governmental organization, Hope Interactive, and it involved about 25 participants, and it was gotten via a recording device. So quickly to my data analysis. For the first slide on your screen right now, I have excerpt 1 from the discussion in the in-group, from one of the excerpts taken from the discussion in the in-group discussion. We have the first participant of the in-group discussion saying something like, I saw cane in some people's hands. It was just trying to narrate his experience, how he was able to save a little girl, whom he found in the midst of some strange men. He saw that they were holding cane in their hands, and then he saw the little girl looking distressed, looking confused, and then he had to eventually go there to find out what was happening. And then if you look at what you have on your screen, this is just a statement made by one of the participants in the course of the in-group discussion. Next slide, please. So here, in the excerpts you just saw in the previous slide, the narration made by one of the participants in the above excerpts, the major theme is centered on is women and vulnerable children. This theme is identified through the process of content analysis. Lexical items such as missing daughter, as we're able to observe in the first slide, in the previous slide, excerpt 1, child's well-being, foreground the vulnerability state of women and young children when not properly empowered. From the beginning of the speaker's speech, the tone of a vulnerable one being taken advantage was set. If you look at the beginning of that speaker's speech, he said, I saw cane in some people's hands and wondered what was happening. I went aside quietly to see what was happening. I discovered a girl in their midst, whom they found at a lonely place with the plastic she uses in selling sachet water. I went and asked her the location of her house, which she told us. We went there and met her mother. We asked her why she didn't bother to look for her missing daughter since the early hours of the day. She gave tangible explanation. Her husband resides in Lagos, so she has been trying to make ends meet. Now, just like I have on the slide on your screen right now, the narration by this particular participant depicts that, one, the child and the mother were both in a vulnerable state. The father was not around, so which I think the vulnerable situation. Who knows what the girl was doing at that time of the day when she was found in a lonely place by people who could have possibly harmed her. And these are people, this category of people usually do not have a home to stay. They just find a place to stay, roaming around the streets, no proper monitoring and all of that. Why? Because majority of those people have been displaced from their homes as a result of the insurgency attacks that took place, of the insurgency attacks on their villages, their communities, and all of that. So you find that many of these parents are able to monitor and take care of their children. Some fathers are not available to take care of them. The mothers can't do so much. So we see that in that particular situation, we're able to identify the vulnerability of the girl, the vulnerability of the woman, or the mother of the child as well, from what that particular participant narrated. And also we look at the positive politeness strategy, what that particular participant while narrating his audio. We discover that in the course of his interaction with the young girl's mother, he used a strategy that made it seem like he was showing interest in the little girl's need. It wasn't, if he had just gone to the woman, oh, I saw you, how could you have just left your young girl? How could you have just left your young girl roaming around the streets and all of that to probably castigate her or criticize her? He probably wouldn't have been able to know what their plight was about. He probably wouldn't have been able to get the woman to talk to him, narrate their ordeal, reveal to him about their vulnerable state. But what happened was the fact that I employed the positive politeness strategy of showing interest in the girl's needs. Went to the woman, oh, what happened? I saw your young girl in Susu's place in the midst of some men holding cane, and she was left in a lonely place. He showed interest in the little girl's need at a critical time. So if he had gone criticizing, he definitely wouldn't have been able to get the woman to talk to her or open up about their vulnerable state. Next slide, please. Then we have excerpt 2, where we have participants, an excerpt taken from discussion between participants 23, participants 22, participants 24, 25. And let me also note that the reason why we have this discussant described as participant 22, 23, 24, 25 is because the data gotten was given to me by a non-governmental organization, and there is a need to protect the privacy of these people, so we cannot reveal their names or their personal identities. That is why we have them described in this manner. Then the interviewer happens to be one of the workers of the non-governmental organization that conducted the in-group discussion. So here in this excerpt, so I have participant 22 talking about advice you to create good mutual relationship among your late husband's relatives. Do you want, okay, then the interviewer goes further to ask, do you want to further your education? Of course. What do you want to do? I want to do my NCE. Participant 25. The interviewer then goes further to ask, are you a teacher in special school? participant 25 answers yes. Interviewer asks again, do you have requirements to further your education? Participant 26 answers, yes, I passed my basic subjects and all of that. So if you look at this excerpt all through, this is just a random, the excerpt was taken randomly from the in-group discussion. So this excerpt was taken looking at the fact that, this is the next slide. The excerpt was taken looking at the fact that it centers around educational development of the beneficiaries. Do not forget that I mentioned that the participants of these in-group discussions are victims of the insurgency attacks, internally displaced persons, persons with disabilities. So this is another excerpt talking about the educational development of some of these aid beneficiaries who were part of this in-group discussion. And then we'll see that in the excerpt that was just shown in the previous slide, it reflects, we see that the interest, the thing about educational development of beneficiaries is reflected in recurring words like education and school. Through both education and school, the interaction in both excerpts is characterized by issues of need for quality education with the inclusion of persons with disability, just like you saw in the previous slide, the excerpt, the interviewer asking the different participants what their needs were, how they want their needs about education to be met. So one of them says he wants to go for NC. One says, oh yes, I have my result basic subject, I would like to further, like you can see their interest in wanting to develop wanting to develop themselves in the educational line. Then the excerpt also reflects the interviewer, the excerpt also reflects the interviewer's positive politeness strategy through expression of interest in the beneficiary needs and wants. If the interview, or let me say the in-group discussion, had gone in such a way that the interviewer only asked questions and we have just one participant talking, it probably wouldn't have made so much difference. And we discover that the interviewer goes from participant 22, goes from participant 23, goes from participant 24, 25, and just to know what their exact need is, what's their take, what their opinion is as regards their development in their educational line. So we say that, okay, there's a particular participant that already has results, there's another participant that is about that would want to go for NC, like, so that particular strategy adopted by the interviewer in the course of that discussion, in the course of that in-group discussion, is politeness, is a positive politeness strategy of showing interest, expression of interest in the beneficiary's needs and wants. So this is indicated to the questions and inquiries made by the interviewer as regards the beneficiary's interest and preference. Then another positive politeness strategy, like I mentioned earlier, another positive politeness strategy employed in that excerpt is optimism. We have participants 15 who reflects by expressing hope of positive results if commendation is made in the in-group discussion. I think we'd see that in the next slide. This next slide, please. Yes, now we have the next excerpts 3. Concerning what she said, what are those who, concerning what she said, there are those who can further their education. What is the average number of students and those to be trained in skills also? What is their number? What is the guarantee that if they are trained, will be independent? Then participant 12 responds, I advise that if one is given the chance to be educated in schools and skills, we should be given capital to start up business. If we are established, we should be paying some token to show seriousness. Now, I would relate this to the previous slide. In the previous slide, I gave a little analysis about the strategy employed by the interviewer to know the interest, to know the interest and the preference of some of these participants. Some of them review their interest in education. And in this excerpt, we have another participant. In this excerpt, we have another participant expressing his interest in learning skill or starting up a business. So Please, the next slide.
All right, Grace, just a gentle reminder, your time is almost coming to 15 minutes.
Okay, I would round it off soon. Thank you. So what we have in the previous excerpts reveals that while we have some interested in educational development, we also have some who were interested in starting up a business or learning a skill. So the interviewer employed the positive politeness strategy of showing interest, special interest in these beneficiaries' needs and wants. So this is to say that while the humanitarian workers, aid workers, while the humanitarian workers and aid workers are going about their intervention activities, they have to be quite cautious of the kind of strategies they employ, so that the purpose for which they are implementing these aids would be fulfilled. If the aid beneficiaries feel that what they are getting is not from a honest heart, and they feel like they are just doing anything anyhow, no show of interest, they are not concerned, then the purpose would definitely not be fulfilled. Can you please go to slide number 22 so I can just round off? Slide 22.
Sorry, which one is slide 22? Hold on, I can't see it from here.
Just before summary of findings.
This one.
Just before summary of findings. Yes, just before summary of findings. Okay. Yes, thank you. So looking at the excerpts I considered, the excerpts analyzed in the course of my research, I was able to discover that the study I was able to discover that if more attention is given by aid workers to choice of words and strategies of communication and relationship with affected persons and communities, it would help to boost the effectiveness of the intervention and recovery of the affected persons. You don't just go ahead to minister interventions like, oh, we have foods from what food production, we have aid implements or relief materials, and then go just dump it. No, these people also go through traumas because of their experience from the attacks and all of that. Many of them lost loved ones and all of that. So the strategy of communication and relationship with them will not only help the intervention to be effective, it would also contribute to how fast these people, these disaster affected persons, can recover quickly, and then they can begin to build themselves back up again. Then the study also shows that strategies through which actions are taken in intervention is germane to the effectiveness of the intervention, just like I said. And then the next slide, just a summary of my findings. The study identifies lexical items and collocations that help to function as discourse organizing words, and also helps to foreground the central theme of interactions and discussions. The recurring words helps to keep the central theme of the interaction in focus. We see some of these words in the my analytical framework, the diagram that was shown in one of the slides. And then the deployment of the different lexical choices through positive politeness strategy reflects the ways in which choice of words were deployed, and helps to shape the word views, and the fact that it goes a long way to determine the effectiveness of the intended outcome of language users, in which in this study these language users are the humanitarian workers and the disaster affected persons. So in conclusion, research work on disaster management has been carried out by different scholars, which have with different approaches and from different perspectives. So this study has only undertaken a linguistic approach by focusing on the deployment of lexical choices and discursive strategies in disaster management discourse. Just like I related in my theoretical framework and my analytical framework, the theory of Brown and Levison's politeness theory. You heard me talking about politeness theory, negative and positive politeness theory, and then systemic functional linguistics, which I used to identify the lexical choices adopted in the disaster management situation in the course of my studies. So those were the two theories used to form the analytical framework for this research work. So finally, the study reveals that there is a need for humanitarian actors to begin to take conscious efforts in the strategies they deploy and what's used in the course of their intervention duties. Else, intervention activities carried out will not be effective and it will be forced to call to manage the situation and truly win the confidence of affected persons in a bid to help them recover as fast as possible. Thank you. So here, this is my recommendation for. I have recommendation for further studies though for people who might, for researchers who might also want to explore more, who might also want to explore further studies in disaster management discourse or humanitarian discourse, using coming through the linguistic perspective or using the linguistic approach. So we could have further studies that would look into the impact of language barrier to the effectiveness of humanitarian intervention. We could also have further study that will look into the impact of pragmatic acts in disaster management situations. These are my suggestions or my recommendations for further studies. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Grace, for the wonderful and very lengthy presentation. So now we shall move on to the Q&A session. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, Ms. Ratzia.
Sorry, I keep like asking questions, but it's okay. Grace, because I find discourse analysis is very interesting. And when you talk about lexical choices and discourse strategies, I think I'm not actually asking a question. I just want to share with you. Some of my friends have also done a study on the discourse strategies and lexical choices on the flood victims, because in Malaysia, we have every year we have a big natural disaster, which is the floods. And then for a period of time that these people, they have to be displaced. They are displaced, they are put in flood centers and so on and so forth. And then when we some of the researchers, when they interviewed that, they found that some of the politeness strategies will also include persuasion, items of persuasion, where they need to persuade the people to leave their house, their houses, so on and so forth. So this isn't actually a question, but this is more like an invitation. Grace, if you want to do discourse analysis, lexical choices and discourse strategies in disaster management situation, if you want to expand your studies to do comparative studies, I think with Malaysia, I think you can do it. And there are people who will be interested in doing it, right? When it comes to politeness strategies, politeness markers, negative politeness, positive politeness, so on and so forth. That is my feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would be delighted to get an opportunity to do that. Thank you very much, ma'am.
All right, thank you for the statement, Ms. Ratzia. Do we have any more questions? All right. If we do not have any questions, with that, all the presenters have shared with us their research and their hard work and dedication in sharing with us their knowledge. And it's really, truly appreciated. We shall now have a short 5-minute break to allow the judges to deliberate on who should win the Best Presenter Award. We shall reconvene at 5:04. All right, and hello again. It is time for us to find out who among today's student presenters will be given the Best Presenter Award. As mentioned earlier, the winner will be given a prize of USD $50. So let us not waste any more time. The best presenter for the TAR UC First International Student Conference 2022 is... we have May Sandrin Hura. Congratulations, you have truly earned it. All of us, all of the judges here really appreciated your research and your presentation. Congratulations. And for those who did not win, do not despair, as we actually have another award to give out, and that award is for the best paper. The winner for the best paper will walk away with a prize of USD $75, and the winner will be announced on the conference website. So I hope all presenters can submit the full papers of your research within the deadline given. And further information on the paper submission can be found on the website. All right, and now we have come to the end of the conference. So before we wrap up today's event, I would like to first say that there's a sign out link in the chat box, and if every presenter and participant can just sign in and give all your information in that link, that would be much appreciated. And before we wrap up, I would like to call upon Ms. Raziah Nasir, the Deputy Dean of FSSH, to say a few words to conclude today's events.
Hello, everybody. I think you can stop presenting, YK. I don't have anything to present, but
Okay.
you can stop presenting. All right. I would like everybody who can, please switch on your cameras. Everybody, please switch on your cameras. Please switch on your cameras. Hi. Hi. Okay. Hello, everybody. Congratulations, May. Fubbing it is. Everybody fubs nowadays. Anyway, can you switch on your cameras? We would like to take a group photo. Can you switch on your cameras? Right. It's okay if you're attending from your phone. It's fine. No problem. Right? Can you switch on your cameras, please? Kayatiri, switch on your camera, please. That is an avatar, a photo from Spirited Away, I think. Faceless. Okay. So what I want you to do is, I want you to touch your screen. Just touch your screen. Everybody, just touch your screen. Just touch your screen. You have your finger. I want you to touch your screen or your camera or your screen. Everybody. Ravi Kumar, touch your screen. Touch your screen. Just touch your screen. It's okay, Kayatiri. It's okay. It's all right. It's okay, Marie. No problem. Okay. Now, thank you so much for presenting, all the presenters. Okay, you can put your fingers down. I just want you to connect to each other because you see, we can't connect. This is online, but at least by touching the screen, we can connect with each other, right? I want you, thank you so much, and congratulations to all of the presenters. I learned so much from you. The presenters from Esa Unggul, the presenters from University of Ibadan. You know, you are halfway across the world with 7-hour difference. And also my beloved students, presenters from TAR UC. Congratulations on your embark on research and presentation. We will try after this to collect your papers, and we will try to produce a proceedings which will be put in the TAR UC library. Right? So, and to all of the attendees also, thank you so much for participating. I think we have greatly benefited from this interaction. I hope this conference can be the catalyst for your future career in research. Research is important. It's not only for academic purposes. It could be only also for your personal purposes. For example, when you do research, when you find your life partners, you have to do research, right? So you have to maybe put in statistical modes on what are the best criteria for your own life partners. Or maybe you may conduct interviews, and maybe you can conduct discourse analysis. If your future life partners like to swear, they may not match you. So research is important, and I am very happy to have listened to all of you. I would say that I learned a lot from you today, and I hope that this conference can continue in the future, and maybe in the future it can be physical. And to our friends from Esa Unggul University and University of Ibadan, if you're ever in Kuala Lumpur, do ping us up. Maybe we can meet up and we can take you makan-makan. You know, in KL, makan-makan is a big thing. We like to eat. Anyway, so I congratulate you again. And I look forward to reading your full papers. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ratia, for the little speech. I hope that this conference will be a sweet memory to every one of you. And we would like to thank you for sharing with us your research so that we too can gain from all that you have found. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to apologize if we have made any mistakes and throughout the conference. And now I end my duty as the MC for today. I look forward to meeting all of you next year. Thank you and goodbye.
Bye. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Don't forget to sign in the attendance, yeah? So that we can give you the sets. Okay. Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.